Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon, so a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Rod, Kimberly Schmidt, Todd Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, JMels24, Unamento, M Iron26, Endless, Flat Earth Sage, Goldie McKinnon, Retro Bill, More Books, Cannabear, Fibre Oats, Bogey, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Will Brax, Mel B. Styles, Troy Shuker, Hairy Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Neo the One, Rob W, Open Minded, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Neelands, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, The Real Gabster, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Really? What was he talking about that he recited that?
So he was talking about UFOs and having a little chuckle under his breath. It was, what's his name? It'll come to me. Anyway, Mog Stewart or something like that. Piers Mog Stewart. I can't remember his name. I'm so sorry. It's a while back, about a year and a half ago. Anyway, he was talking about something to the effect of, oh, the Europeans want to go to space, do they? All right. Why? Because the Americans are going. Oh, yeah. Well, all the world's a stage. That was his response to it.
Wow.
I published it. It's a clip somewhere on my channel.
It's like on TV, on these shows, they're telling you a little bit of truth in all these different shows. I'm watching this show called 1888, right? And this girl out of nowhere, she's laying down because they, it's frontier days. They're making the West. It's when America was, I guess in the Wild Wild West times. But she's laying there saying, people think that water comes from that clouds are filled with water because it rains. She goes, but what about gravity? Perhaps gravity's not even true. Something to that effect. And the scientists don't know what they're talking about. Right in the middle of a Western show, you got this girl laying down, looking up at the sky and saying these things. I don't know if my ears are more in tune to it. So I was like, wow, that's a big confession there. Perhaps gravity's fake and scientists don't know what they're talking about.
You got your radio
That's
on?
what she said. What's that?
Is that the sat nav or the radio? No response. Is that the sat nav?
I didn't hear you. My brother's talking.
Oh, it's your brother talking. I thought it was the radio in the background.
No, he's talking. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Okay, I'm going to play this clip. So this clip is called MPs and Aliens, All the World's a Stage. It's on my channel. So Nathan Oakley 1980 channel. Subscribe today. Have a listen.
The space industry, well, Madam Deputy Speaker, all the world's a stage. But beyond it, there's an even bigger stage for the honourable gentleman and others to investigate. And I hear that there are reports in the newspapers, I think the Telegraph, that the Americans are getting frightfully excited about people coming from outer space. And
that's a member of the British government reporting back to the SNP, asked about the space industry, and they bring in the Americans. Newspapers are worried about little green men from space coming.
UFOs, and that even former President Obama is getting interested in this. So I don't know if the honourable gentleman wants a debate on little green men. or whatever else may come from outer space.
We were talking about UFOs the other day. Interesting, it's been brought up in Parliament yesterday.
You have any photos?
I've got video.
Hold on. Go ahead, Adam.
So the SNP raise a question with regards to Scotland wanting to be part of any space industry that the government's got planned. Jacob Rees-Mogg retorts with a little bit of a stumble, saying that, yes, the Telegraph and the Americans are getting excited about people coming from outer space and UFOs.
However, the industry have been waiting for many, many months now for the government's space strategy.
The space industry, well, Madam Deputy Speaker, all the world's a stage. But beyond it, there's an even bigger stage for the honourable gentleman and others to investigate. And I hear that there are reports in the newspapers, I think the Telegraph, that the Americans are getting frightfully excited about people coming from outer space and UFOs, and that even former President Obama is getting interested in this. So I don't know if the honourable gentleman wants to debate on little green men or whatever else may come from outer space, but the government is developing a strategy. It is an important part of the future that so much space investment is going on, and that will be a United Kingdom-wide activity.
It's a sham. It's a stage. Yeah, that's a good way of describing it.
That's what we can say. How do you have the gas pressure, dude?
Nathan Oakley, 1980. Follow his. He does flat Earth debates every day, live streams flat Earth debates. Anybody could get on and and debate him, and he just demolishes him.
There you go.
I remember that. Now I remember that. Yes.
Hey, 10th.
Good morning.
What's up, 10?
That was nice. A little nostalgia.
I like the fact that your latency's dropped by about a bazillion % and you can actually talk to us without a 2-second delay.
Thank goodness.
What?
Come again? I thought you were interrupting me.
Yeah, I've had to call the company to come and change everything on the internet and go to the box that's outside of the house, some 2 blocks away, and check that connection. And because the speed tests were showing high latency on our internet connection. So hopefully they fixed it.
Yeah.
I'm tempted to turn the show down by a couple of dB, so it'll be a bit more irritating if you're just generally watching, because it'll be a couple of dB quieter. But I think what's happening is when 2 people talk at once now, that does actually just edge into clipping. So I'm going to turn the show down.
Yeah, I just noticed it too. So
just when 2 people are talking at the same time, obviously that's twice as much energy going into the system, if you want to look at it in that way. I think I can solve it. I'll just add a little bit less gain. I'll add 14 dB of gain instead of 16. That should solve the problem. But it just means that from this point forward, as I'm literally turning it down now, the output to the show is going to be just a little bit lower.
Mic check, mic check.
is today's
Hello, was that Gene? Hey, Gene.
Yeah, what's up?
Sky.
is today's show 1826?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, Nathan.
So I got a review. Sorry, Gene. I got a review video
Go
right
ahead.
after your link.
Is it the one that Brian just posted? I don't want to cover that quantum eraser video necessarily.
Go ahead if you want. There was 2 yesterday from Brian that I had put that you did the first one, but the one I'm doing is Flat Earther learns a lesson about refraction, Black Swan debunked.
Ooh, I like that better.
What was yesterday's video called?
Sorry, I was just
Unless
distracted
Nathan's-
by a bill that I haven't
Yeah.
paid, like a load of other bills. Sorry, what were you saying? My wife just came in and distracted me.
I was just asking who was
Gene-
yesterday's video. I think it was a woman talking.
Sabine.
Yeah, that's the one that Brian wants us to cover. There's a couple of reasons. We've only just covered it yesterday. Now, yeah, we didn't get through the specific gravity bit, but do we need to? I deemed it not worthy of us covering, given that it was already in the after show by the time we got to that point. Not worth covering today either, definitely not. But quantum eraser's not my forte. I mean, Adam's here now. He knows more about the quantum eraser than I do, but I don't know if Adam would be comfortable doing a full response video, not only to Sabine again, but to a quantum eraser video. I don't doubt for 1 second it's probably easily within my capabilities, but, you know, just off the bat, having not watched it, there's a good chance there's going to be stuff in there that I don't have an answer to. Because I'm no
I
expert
don't
on the
think
quantum
so. I
eraser.
watched a little.
Sorry, go on.
Sorry, I don't think so. I watched a little bit of it, and you'll rip it apart.
Well, just for the sake of my own confidence level, which isn't that high when it comes to quantum mechanics in general, I've got a very broad, basic understanding, but that's it. Adam, on the other hand, I know has a better understanding than I.
Don't keep pushing that book over here, you. Yeah, QE's the man for me, if you're asking. Well, I mean, what is it? A video, Neil?
Yeah, it says quantum eraser debunked. It's that lady, that Hassenpfeffer lady.
Same as
Okay, well, it's
yesterday.
worth watching.
Okay, we'll do it. Okay, no worries.
I'm assuming by QE she means the quantum eraser experiment debunked, as opposed to the fact that she's denying
Correct.
the existence of John.
No, the title is actually Quantum Eraser Debunked on the Sabine Hosselenfeld channel. So, as always, I'll stick the link to it. And I didn't do it yesterday. It's bad form on my part. Whoops. Bad form on my part to not share a link with yesterday's show. So I suppose, if anything, it makes up for that if we do another video on it. Because I'm sure she's so pleased and will be only peeved at the fact that we didn't share a link.
What's her name again? Sabine?
Hosselenfelder.
And again, so it's not. So it's basically standard physicist attacking standard physics, by the sounds of it, Neil. Because like, if she's saying they debunk the quantum eraser, well, that's got nothing to do with flat Earth. Got nothing to do with ball Earth, really. It's what's accepted as a standard, and so she's now challenging it. It'd be interesting to see what her challenge is.
Yeah, that's another good point. How is this actually related to the show? I mean, at a fundamental level, I appreciate there's a creator, and that in no small part came from my understandings that were divulged to me by Quantum Eraser about the Quantum Eraser experiment. However, that connection, it's not a loose connection, I just don't want to demean it, but is it directly connected to the show? It's a tacit connection.
At best, you've got a creator in that, haven't you? In terms of what do you do with what does the quantum eraser demonstrate to me? But fundamentally, it shows I know nothing about anything, and there is a creator. I don't know where you take that in terms of flat Earth, because it's not directly providing any proof to the nature of the Earth. To me, it's about the nature of reality, and
Yeah, and you can draw all it's always the way actually with science. It's not necessarily obvious to any general Joe when an experiment's divulged to them and the outcome of the experiment, right? But when there's a piece of technology that precedes it, follows it, there's going to be a much clearer understanding of how that benefits the person. Like semiconductors, you go, okay, right, I can show you how that's benefited your life, and the person will go, right, I understand that now. Okay, good. Same with medicine. You know, you can explain how the cause and effect relationship works with an actual outcome of an experiment, but until you show them that it cures something, they won't necessarily understand the implications, right? Further to that, those implications in this regard aren't necessarily related to the shape of the Earth, the claim that it's a sphere, the obvious and observable flat nature of it. It's a wider reaching implication that we do touch on, What do you think, Adam? I'll leave the decision to you. Do we cover it or not?
I'm dubious if you heard where I can apply it to. So if you don't think that's applicable, I'd say, well, whilst it's fun to see the contradiction that Sabine's obviously having with her peers, is it direct? I don't know.
No,
So
I was
what
not
you mean
Brian.
in relation to whether the Earth is flat or
Hold on, I
not?
want to hear Brian. Sorry, go on. Not Brian. Neil. What did you say, Neil?
I was just gonna say, then do the one that Tent was talking about. That sounds good.
We'll just come to the conclusion on this one first. Adam and I are an A. You were initially a yay. AI Overlord's about to pipe up. I'm sure he's got something to say on it. Go on, AI.
I was just saying, like, if you're wondering how it's relevant to the flat Earth, so I've talked about before that the mainstream paradigm is pushing towards underlying information theory and mind as being the source of reality. And of course, when you go down that route, you can disconnect objective concrete objects from being non-contingent, right? Which is part of what the quantum eraser is philosophized about, right? It's where the whole idea of things aren't there if there's no observer there, right? This idea, like, powerhouses of philosophy have got involved with, like, Berkeley, the whole concept of Berkeley and idealism. In other words, you know, man needs to be around to render reality at a local level, but philosophically, you need a greater mind to render reality at the objective level. So when you interpret reality through this type of method, it's right on the borderline of essentially, for lack of a better term, a simulation style reality, where nothing is actually a concrete object that exists free of all interpretation or information systems, which the mainstream paradigm is lapping up like crazy now,
Yeah,
because
definitely.
it solves.
Oh, I absolutely agree.
It solves so many of their problems.
Sound like you agree with us, though. Sounds like you saying the same as I. It's something that helps in the terms of the definition of reality, but not necessarily the definition of the nature of the surface.
No, it does, because if there's no concrete objects that exist without information systems, then any object that you experience is ultimately just a user interface of a subset of information. So it's no longer that the Earth is flat. The Earth isn't flat. The Earth isn't a globe. The Earth is just a local experience. So it can be both simultaneously.
So to paraphrase, what you're saying is, to attack it is to only based on the understanding that Sabine will. Now, she's already done it yesterday, so there's no reason why she should change your attitude. So I won't even say that. Okay, so based on the fact that there is another worldview that we are edging closer to by way of the mainstream narrative, and that includes a bastardized version of quantum mechanics. And the only reason that presumably Sabine's going to be claiming to be debunking it is because it doesn't fit within her paradigm, which is definitely that paradigm edging towards the description just given to you by AI. So therefore, it's not necessarily related to globe Earth versus flat Earth, but that isn't necessarily the subject matter of the show, although it's the title of the show, Flat Earth Debate. That's the sort of starting point, maybe. But ultimately, when I encourage people to come on the show, I say, based on your understandings of the nature of Earth, well, this would be a paradigm description that we will undoubtedly get from Sabine that we can challenge. So from that perspective, I think you're right. And that's something I said almost immediately coming into this subject. Where are we going in terms of the rhetoric? Well, what's coming out of the current bullshit pseudoscience? Well, it's CERN. So what we're going to get strings, we're going to get parallel universes, we're going to get all of that sort of stuff. And you're saying, no, well, further to that, you've got a non-reality. I.e., when we say Einstein in equivalence with the subject matter paralleling the show's title, then you've got Einstein's non-reality in pseudo-4 space that you can do anything in. You can describe it in mathematics and have it alter in whatever way you like. Well, this is akin to that, but with a different type of worldview, which is to say that there's a non-reality out there that's only influenced by... You said men. I was going to... Actually, that's a good point. I'll get to that now. You said, in your description of it, AI, this worldview I'm trying to summarise, not very well, was that men influence things as opposed to knowledge. Now, is that just because of you parroting off the way they have positioned it? Because I don't know, sentience,
well,
as opposed to men.
Only a a sentient agent can possess knowledge. Information itself doesn't possess knowledge. It can convey knowledge, but it's not self-aware in and of itself. You need
Sure.
an agent.
I gotcha. Yeah, but that I'd agree with. Self-awareness as opposed to men. Your average cat can have knowledge, right?
Right.
Right. Therefore, there's no reason whatsoever why the cat with a knowledge base can have a causally based influence on its surroundings. Obviously, at a very distant level that it's never going to experience in a already solidified reality that it's experiencing. But what I'm saying is the fundamental principle within quantum mechanics is no way tied to men. It's just knowledge, right? Knowledge of which path? That doesn't need a man, does it? Unless I'm missing something.
Well,
but whatever you do, don't mention walk in front of my dog, because the minute my dog hears the word walk, he knows what's next.
Look, like it's like this. The aggregate community of biological organisms on the earth that are not men aren't recording any of this information to be found by anybody at any time in the future, right? They're just chilling, pooping in the woods. So, as usual, mankind gives themselves a great deal of self-importance in this process. And of course, if you go down the mainstream road, they lean more towards the essentially creation and the creator being one and the same and equivalent. So to say that, a sentient observer causes this to happen and you categorize it as men, then you can remove the need for an objective grounding beyond that. And that's really where the battle is. But for example, like people argue in here all the time, oh, you can't bend a concept, you can't bend a concept. Well, that's assuming uniformitarianism of materialistic causation in the physical world. But if the underlying subset of information of the rendered physical world, which is only experienced by the sentient observer, is nothing but an information system, and it doesn't actually exist in a concrete sense apart from that system, then bending a concept is not only plausible, it's necessary. It's how the fabric of reality would work in that structure, because it's basically a mental space, not a discrete, separated physical space. So in a mental space world where everything is a subset of mind, all things are possible. The concept that you can't bend a concept, or you can't go back in time, or you can't move this object from here to there without energy, all those things become irrelevant.
Yesterday, we read at the end of the show 3 segments of 3 other shows of hers. And she was giving credence to Einstein being so smart with thought experiments. And he was the best at imagining things that weren't concrete, basically, the way I took it. And it only exists in the maths that he applied to thoughts. So is that what you're saying? That because they're going into all these different things with string theory and all the other things related, that it only exists in the maths, and so all their stuff is within thoughts?
Well, that's still assuming the separated universe between let's just call it the mind space and the physical space. The way that this is generally going is that the physical space doesn't necessarily exist apart from the mind space. It's a derivative of mind space. So you can't say, oh, because you have imaginations, that this is the concrete world and the concrete world is a supersedery over your imaginations. It's actually the other way around. The mind,
right, that's
whether it be singular or aggregate, is actually the source of physical, tangible reality.
So when they say
Therefore,
altitude azimuth,
go ahead.
Yeah, when they say alt-az or altitude azimuth, that's elevation and direction, and the direction of azimuth is always horizontal. So when they take their elevation angle measurements, altitude azimuth, they're already saying it's on the horizontal plane, and the altitude is an elevation angle from the horizon up. So now that is actually being done with an angle measuring device called the sextant, and the angular position tells you the distance. Now, how would they take that outside of the reality, the objectivity of that? Because they're saying that, yeah, you could do that on a curved surface and just imagine a tangent plane equaling the equatorial plane, because these parallel lines meet at eternity, which is a joke because there wouldn't be parallel lines then.
Well, in this type of view, local reality, right, only needs to be tangible or rendered for the people that are using it, for the purposes that they're using it, the time that they're using it. And since it exists as a information system, essentially, it could be rendered differently for each end user, depending on their frame of reference at the moment. So it would be perfectly rational in this worldview that the Earth is flat locally as we experience it. But if we actually could go away from the Earth and turn around and look at it, it would look like a ball, because it would just be a different graph, for lack of a better term, user interface for that frame of reference for what you need to accomplish in that space. It's not that the universe exists as a concrete entity, right? And this, let's just say the moon exists in a point in free space at all times, independently of observation or frames of reference. And so it will always be there, even if humanity dies. No, it's that the moon is like an instance of a render, just like in a game world. The local render is done on your computer, yet you inhabit that world with other users. However, the users can customize their world via mods, or like changing their perspective from first person to third person, all these other types of things. Yet you're still inhabiting generally the same world with similar rules, which are anchored in some kind of structure, but it's much more malleable than the previous assumption that the outside world exists concretely, separated from this mind space malleability.
But they have a problem.
You don't actually
That's
believe
already
that, do
been
you? Do you
Sorry.
believe that? Sorry, 10th.
Yeah, the problem is I'm lost.
I'm not lost. But do you actually believe that? Or is that just you postulating the position that may be taken
Well,
by Sabine? Or the current rhetoric and where it's going?
I will say yes and no, and then I'll caveat it with these two instances. So the mainstream, right, will lean towards what's known as subjective idealism, whereas the only thing that could be true is objective idealism, in my view. So objective idealism is that all of these types of things are grounded in an external agent, not in the subjects experiencing the game world, for lack of a better term. That version to me is perfectly rational. So in other words, reality is a derivative of God's mind space rather than our mind space. This is why I mentioned earlier, like when you focus on men.
It seems perfectly reasonable as it sits in line with the outcome of the quantum eraser, which we're probably going to be covering, it looks like now, right? In the respect that you've got to have the knowledge, the supernatural first.
Yep.
So there's something that exists outside to begin with, within by demonstrable fact. So there's nothing wrong with, I can't disagree with anything you've said. So great.
I'll draw a corollary to another point that we talked about in the past, which is the concept of ether, which is essentially the matrix or the conduit between these two spaces, right? The external subset of mind space or spirit, whatever, or supernatural, and then the natural. And somewhere there's a bridge or an assumption of a bridge of how the one space affects the other. Now, in one way, you can remove the necessity for that bridge by simply removing the concrete reality and just making it all a mind space. And then you don't need to explain a mechanism for forces. It's just a mind at work. No different than the renderings of your dreams. It's like there's no forces when you fly in your dreams, like Superman. There's no rocket propulsion coming out your ass. It's all existing within an information space.
Yeah.
Yet it is a true experience.
Yeah. Because you can't have the
I'm
description.
not saying you don't have to buy that. I'm saying that is a solution if there's a problem.
Yeah, right. Remove all the physicality. Within our definable experience, we have to come to those conclusions about the knowledge existing first. But that's it. That's within our remit, and that's all we can do.
Absolutely.
You can't divine what might be without that physical aspect that we have to be experiencing in order to be sentient enough to describe it in the first place. You know, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Bloody hell! But that's where they're going.
Yep.
Yeah, because they want to remove
So
the
how
physical.
this relates? Correct. So how this relates very succinctly to the concept of the ether argument at large is that one is where the creator is external, right? That I mentioned before. One is where the creator is part of the universe. And so the universe has like base sets of abilities and information to be used. And you could very easily go down a slippery slope of just making the creator of everything we know just another agent within the game world, not the actual designer of the overarching game world and physics itself. So, and you can see how this tears the idea of an omnipotent, eternal, separated agent down off its high horse and brings it down into just a power user. You know, so just something like us, but a power user. And interestingly enough, this is kind of the idea posited by some of these mainstream guys that are going down this line of thinking. And they arrived at this line of thinking, okay, by this illusion that they've been going down a track of science for centuries. And then we've arrived at the necessity for, in their words, reality is subjective idealism in a monistic sense. That's their impression, that where sciences that they call sciences like evolution, heliocentric, different bologna sandwiches, right? They put all this together as if we've gone down this road of knowledge and come to this final conclusion. And so they've used an objective system by proxy and the merits of it, like science, to come to a subjective conclusion.
This is just
could I say something on it? Sorry.
Go on,
Yeah,
Brian.
we're
You've been
talking on
waiting.
the video that there's a good chance we'll now be covering that you suggested we cover, Brian. So yeah, if you can pipe up, that would be quite helpful.
Good morning, guys. I think, hey, Chocolate. I think I watched that a while ago, but I knew you would have an interest in it. Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, I have to cough there. I knew that it would be of interest because of yesterday and the fact that the people here do know about that quantum eraser experiment. Like a lot of people don't understand it and don't know it. So I knew you'd be interested in it. But as far as this goes, I mean, I don't mean any disrespect to AI, but he's kind of complicating it a little bit for the layman listening. From what I hear, is basically it's Google Earth. They deal with the reality as they need to deal with it. So when you zoom in on Google Earth, they're dealing with flat Earth. But then when you zoom out, you're back into what they want it to be. And the reason this is, it's the same with celestial navigation. Deal with the measurements they need to deal with, right, in reality, and then they go straight into what they want it to be, as opposed to what it really is. Because it came up in a conversation the other day, and I said something about this last night on QE Live. When the term real and reality came up, we don't know what that is. We don't even know what the sun is. So how could we know what reality is? We know what basic physical reality is and measurement is, right, in the very basic times of the world. That's as far as we can go with it. So that's why if we knew what reality was and definitively knew, the globe model wouldn't exist and the heliocentric model wouldn't exist, because we wouldn't be in this, and we wouldn't be in this argument with these people, because these people wouldn't be doing that. It's just 1 second. I just finished. It's like the fact that we don't know what reality is, objectively, the whole of what reality is, which would mean knowing what the sun is, knowing where we are, knowing how we came here, everything else. Because we don't know that for definite, then that means reality can be bent and warped for the public, if you understand.
Careful with your terms. The perception of reality is all we have, and the bending comes into the mind's eye, the suspensions of disbelief, and what people believe to be reality. Yeah, you can mold those all you like, only. I get your point though. You're saying if we actually knew, if there was a definitive, we know what the sun is, for your example, then there'd be no speculation. Now, because there is speculation, it means that people can speculate, and then they can convince you of their speculation being reality.
Yeah,
Right.
because
And if you adopt the view that what we experience is just the end user interface of the subset of mechanisms, whether they be physical or supernatural, that are required to yield that result, you can then make ad infinitum interpretations of how that background is functioning. Ergo, arguments like ether, arguments like space-time, arguments like, here's my explanation for this phenomenon, even though my explanation is supernatural and unverifiable and unprovable, right? Who are you to say I'm wrong? And on their side, right, the mainstream side, they will say that, of course, that's the way it is, because evolution doesn't account for truth. It only accounts for survivability. So there's no reason to believe that we have an adequate matrix of knowledge about how reality actually is. It's just a functional interpretation for us to get done what we need to get done at any given point. And here's the thing that a lot of Globers used to come in here and do, and they still do. And people will notice this, is that they come in here to chill out and try to posit the idea and get you to agree that both of you just share beliefs. So I have a belief, you have a belief, we all just have our beliefs, kumbaya, we're just a bunch of believers. You can believe the earth is flat, I can believe the earth is a globe, we're both right, and we're both wrong. When you have a worldview like that, you can see how easily you can dither these points away.
Yeah, wait your turn on, but
until they give up everything and just say, well, we can't know anything. Remember that.
When you take it to the thought world, is because you're avoiding the reality of the real world. So when they say, here's a sextant, it's an angle measuring device, and it needs a baseline, that's reality. They use it all the time. Theodolite, everything, you must set it level, the whole deal. Bubble, it doesn't matter. The tool itself is telling you how the measurement's being done. But because they want to avoid the reality that they're on a flat plane, an irregular plane, they take you to the thought world. And so now that is easily been debunked. So we are living in reality with a tool that works in reality. And they're saying, yeah, that tool that works in reality works real well. However, we are going to say it works on a curved surface, and we're going to use some sophistry to do that. And so here we got this channel and others like this channel saying, no, you can't do that because we can easily prove you wrong. And so when you have a debate, one side is a winner, the other side is a loser, or both sides are off the mark, and somebody else watching from the sidelines is saying, if they only knew what I knew.
Within the confines of that example, with us being an end user globe head example, we had a guy that came on that did exactly that, like AI's described, which is to say that he drew the conclusion that all of the various models, including a flat earth or a hexagon or a pyramid shape or a sphere shape, were all compatible. In other words, you could make it into any of them. The world can be whatever shape we choose, very 1984-esque. But he wouldn't take the step further to get to the point where you realise that there is a, as Tenth's described, base of information that you have to acquire in order to get the first measurements. But for him, he was saying, no, I want you to appreciate that we're all right here. You can equally make this set of data turn into a flat plane, or equally valid, we can turn it into a sphere or a hexagon or whatever we like.
Anything.
Objection. Shh, don't say 90.
Yeah, no, he didn't.
At that point,
he didn't. But I'm just trying to bolster what AI's getting at, which is to say that the people who oppose us would rather take it to a draw because they're still left with that. Well, reality might be malleable around me to the point where my perception of reality is still reality, but it could equally be something else because it's just my experience of it as an end user of this reality. It's like, no. All of the processes that you could use to get to that conclusion required a flat plane. That's your point, right, Tenth? But he's not doing that, and that's not what AI is saying. He's saying that that's the way people get ushered to stop them from realizing that there is just a physical reality, as opposed to an end user experience of a AI reality that's existent on a certain plane of existence or a certain string. Yeah, that's a very different way of experiencing the world. So you retain that, no, it's malleable, when it isn't.
I'm not disagreeing with what you just said about a summary of what AI is saying. I'm saying that we're living in the world with a lot of deception. In order to cut through the deception, you got to have truth. And the truth is that you need a 90, a perpendicular, a baseline. So when someone says it could be anything you want it to be, you just say, yeah, I know, in the thought world, in the sophistry world. But if you're going to say the way you get the angle measurements, and an angle is defined as thus, you're left with that baseline knowledge that it could only be a flat plane. And so that destroys anything you add afterwards to bastardize the whole thing and get people to think you live on the globe and saying parallel lines meet at infinity when they don't.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. Now, we are joined by Arwin, Chocolate Saiyan, Eli, Neil, 10th Man, Brian's Logic, and a whole bunch of people in Discord, so welcome one and all.
Hello, hello, good
Get it going.
afternoon.
Let's get it going.
Oh, yeah,
Good morning.
Good morning. Any evidence of the distance to the sun?
93 million miles away, according to textbooks.
You'll need an R value for that. You'll also need Kepler's third law of interplanetary motion and a supposition that the R base value you can no longer measure, hence Black Swan, 1st Jan 2020, of the R value at the physical geometric limitation of Earth, sphere, horizons that no longer exist, superimposed onto Venus so you can get the scaling values to give you your 93 million mile distance. We have debunked every single aspect of every assumption that comes with that value, Neil.
What?
Mumble, mumble. Any
I
evidence?
was doing the impersonation of the guy on Friday. When you said that, he said, what? What?
Oh, right. Okay, fair enough. Any evidence that you can have gas pressure without a container?
No, there was no evidence that you can have gas pressure without a container. That's an impossibility.
Only if you change the definition of gas pressure or a container.
What about pressurized gas? Huh? How about that?
You can't have pressurized gas. That's the same as gas pressure. That's the force it exerts on the walls of its containment. Without containment, you have to have containment to have a force of it pressing on the containment.
In their worldview, they will go to, which is debunked thoroughly, gravity. They'll say gravity is keeping the pressure on the Earth.
Gravity is not a force. Gas doesn't go down 9.8 meters per second squared. gas expands in all directions and is created at ground level and expands into whatever availability of volume it has to fill. It disperses through other gases, so you can have a high concentration of gas at the point of introduction prior to its dispersion in line with entropic law into whatever volume it's got, after it's bounced off all of the existing gas that's in its way. But eventually, because there's only gaps between the gases that are in its way, it will make its way between the gaps and disperse evenly between all of the other gases. Now, if there's a cycle in place, as we have here on Earth, then it will just become part of that cycle. But with those exceptions notwithstanding, gas always behaves in the exact same manner, which is to say that it expands in all directions to fill whatever availability of volume it has to fill, as opposed to going down 9.8 meters per second squared in line with a non-force that you can think of as a force called gravity, which is actually the pseudo-Riemannian force space-time bending in Einstein's imagination. Hope that's clear.
Well, well, it's clear, but it doesn't solve the problem for them, because when they look at craters on the moon at 90-degree angle, they say it's this magic speed that created that, even though the asteroid came in on a sideways trajectory. So with the gravity one, they'll say there's this magic Kármán line. What do you got to say for the Kármán line?
Just imaginary. It's an arbitrary described position that they ascribe to a heliocentric sphere Earth with sphere-shaped air around it and an arbitrary, non-physical barrier they describe which hasn't got any barrier attributes. It's completely arbitrary. What is the Kármán line? Show it me. Oh, right, it doesn't exist. It's completely arbitrary. It's certainly not a container. It's just how they qualified the V, so that they've got a volume to calculate. What's the volume? Well, it's the gas that's below the Kármán line. All right, what's the Kármán line? Well, it's this arbitrary point that gas violates natural law. Just has a cigarette, burns its bra, and says, sod gas law, I'm not expanding anymore, I'm going to stop right here. Might go back down again, 9.8 meters per second, why not? No, the gas doesn't behave like that. It just expands. So when it reached the Kármán line, whatever gas they're saying is the volume below it, what does it do? Does it stop? No, gas continues in whatever direction it's got, at whatever speed it's travelling, and until it hits something. That's what it does. So no, there's no Kármán line. It's nonsense. It's just a way of giving them volume.
What if there was nothing to hit while simultaneously no space in which to expand?
A quick question then. Is the use of the word wall in the definition of the gas pressure give us an indication of what the container is?
Yeah.
Physical.
Yeah.
So it has to have some.
It has to be physically capable of having a gas particle hit it and bounce off it.
Thank you very much. Okay, interesting.
Unless you know some kind of a container that isn't physical that actually functions as a container, that would be interesting.
What about if I show you? What about if I show you gas pressure without a container inside a container, Arwin? Would that qualify?
No, unfortunately not, because you need a container to demonstrate that.
Yeah. Before Humble asked this question, I asked a question which didn't yet get answered, which might be pertinent to that point.
Go on.
What if there's nothing to hit, yet simultaneously no available space in which to travel into?
Well, that's a fascinating speculation. I can only go on the information that I understand and appreciate within the world that I experience physically, which is to say that the description of gas behaviour would suggest, by way of antecedent-consequent relationship, that it must have a physical barrier to press upon. Now, if you're saying that a non-physical end to the space we experience would constitute physical, then if you can provide a demonstration of that, then I'll happily accept it. Can you show me non-space? That would be the end of physical space. Non-area for gas to expand into. And the edge of the area where gas is expanding, forming a barrier to be constituting a description of containment. Can you show me that? Obviously not.
Well, transversely, one could ask.
Nobody was being asked from G+. Hello? Go ahead, AI.
Transversely, one could ask, show me infinite free space that's available. And we have the same philosophical problem.
So what do we fall on? What we know. we know that gas behaves in a certain way, and we have gas pressure. So we can only derive what we know at this point. Now, do I know what the container is? No. Does that weaken my argument that by way of natural law, we can only describe what we experience always, which is to say that gas requires containment? Now, if you're saying that the non-physical physical barrier constitutes containment, I'd need to have that qualified in some form, because to my argument, it makes no odds. I don't care what the barrier is. You say it's a non-physical end to the space we experience in three-dimensionality? Well, okay, if you say so. I don't care. Okay, yeah, if you say so. Fine. I mean, I don't buy that. I don't know. But I'm happy to say I don't know.
Well, if you don't stick with what is real and what you know to be real and can demonstrate, then you're going off into a world of anything can happen.
La La Land.
Yes.
Well, fair, but the only two propositions that are even plausible are there's a fixed volume of free space available, or there's an infinite volume of free space available.
Volume.
It's a false dichotomy if ever I've heard
Can't
one.
have an infinite volume.
We just don't know. To offer up any dichotomy is unreasonable, because we do not know. There's speculation placed in a dichotomy. No, I just don't buy it.
Exactly. So you would do a classical Einsteinian thought experiment, which is an indefinite ray. So you begin a ray at point A, right, and it continues at the direction which you fire it, so to speak, indefinitely. So then you must ask yourself, will it stop at some point? Will it hit something at some point? Or will it just keep going and increase the amount of distance between me and it ad infinitum? That is what I mean by an infinite volume in which to go into, or an infinite amount of free space. If there's a limited amount of free space,
Hold on. Before you hold on. Before you move on to the alternative. Yeah, I get. We heard it the first time, and your expansion on it is fine. But no. There's no reason to in any way for the former, the one you've just qualified, assume that to be in any way experienceable or physical beyond your Einstein. How did you describe it? Your Einsteinian thought experiment. There's no way to qualify that physically at all. So immediately I can discount that. Does that mean that the alternative that's about to come next is true? Well, let's see. What's the alternative?
The alternative is that rather than the ray being able to travel indefinitely, so it ever increases the distance between you and it, that it reaches the end of available free space in which it has no space to travel and therefore just stops.
Sorry, what's a ray?
Well, in this, it's just a line that continues. Ray in the sense of a line.
It's physically experienceable, though, right? We can definitely experience one of these rays physically, can't we? Definitely.
Yeah,
right?
you could do it in the form of a bullet. Because, like, for example, there's a commonly held position that if you set something in motion, right, in a direction, it will maintain that motion and direction ad infinitum and never stop. We all agree that that's generally what people believe.
Can be
Some might
in
even
no way
it as a law.
qualified for the same reasons I gave as an objection for the first description in the false dichotomy. No, you show me a bullet fired off into an infinite vacuum so that there's no other molecules of gas or anything else to interact with it, so that it continues at the same speed. You can't show me that. Now, my description of gas expanding into a volume of space is qualifiable by gas expanding into every space I can ever introduce it to. So I can definitely qualify that and not need to decry the antithesis, which is to say that, well, in their description with it expanding at infinity, or however you described it, well, that's just a description. Well, it might do that if it had infinite space available to it. Can you show me it? No. So it's just merely speculation, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So let me phrase it this way. Can anyone show an object in motion maintaining motion indefinitely unless acted on by an outside force?
No.
Exactly.
Right, so it's just merely speculation. So that's yeah. In case anybody's pondering,
if I'm not mistaken, is that not considered one of the laws of motion?
Yeah, the laws of Newton were not right.
There you go.
Okay. Shout out to Skeptic 37. There's Godzilla 37. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. I'm sure I'll muddle your names up. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. More than ever, I've got unpaid bills. So appreciate your super chats. Right, we're going to cover Sabine again today. So basically, we had an umming and ahhing session before the live show started about whether or not we were going to cover this. And we came to the conclusion that at worst, it's got a tertiary connection to the nature of reality as we label it on the show only. So flat earth debate, there is still a connection, albeit a slightly more loose one. When that was put forth to the panel and Discord by me, AI rightly pointed out that the way it's phrased in the intro, which is admittedly an updated way of introducing the concepts we do cover here, it's the nature of Earth that we are covering. So that's what people are encouraged to present, be it concave or parallel universes or string theory, whatever it is that they've got as a view in the terms that we discuss here. So therefore, it's much more connected to how we generally discuss things about the nature of Earth, as opposed to whether or not the Earth is commonly argued to be a spherical shape or a flat plane as we measure it. So there we go. So based on that, we are definitely going to be covering this, and I will share the link to it. So before I do, I'll do a quick shout out to Retro Bill, who says, shout out to Godzilla 37. Well, shout out to both of you gentlemen. Thank you very much indeed for all the super chats. Okay, so this video is called The Delayed Choice Quantum Eraser Debunked. I thought it was just Quantum Eraser Debunked. I'm not wrong. On the thumbnail, it says something different. Oh, well, that's immediately annoyed me. As soon as we haven't watched this, by the way. So on the thumbnail, it says The Quantum Eraser Debunked. That's what it says on the thumbnail. Admittedly, in the title, which I didn't read because I'm lazy, underneath it, it says The Delayed Choice Quantum Eraser Debunked. Well, I'm even less experienced with this. God, I hope Adam's here. Is he buggered off? My wingman I lent on when I made the decision to cover this has gone. Isn't that just typical? So, we will, I guess... Oh, Skeptic936 has sent another
You're
super chat.
flying solo today.
Oh, God, I hope I have enough knowledge to cover what she's covering. You know, we'll see.
Can I make this way more relevant?
Say again, AI.
I can make this way more relevant now that it's the delayed choice quantum eraser. So
Oh, for sure, but I'm not worried about its relevancy anymore. Quite the contrary. I'd be more keen if I'd have realised, like you say, the connections can be drawn easily. But my knowledge on the delayed choice quantum eraser is not exactly great. Anyway, let's just shout out Skeptic936. He says, with a purposeful grimace and a terrible sound, he pulls the spinning high tension wires down. Go, 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 Godzilla, yeah. Thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate the support. It's wonderful. Bills to pay and all that.
It's a song by Blue Oyster Cult. Go, go, Godzilla.
I'm glad you got the reference. Thank you for the support. I really appreciate it. Okay, so yes, we'll just sort of march on and hope that I don't make a fool of myself. We'll see how we get on.
A lot of you have asked me to do a video about the delayed choice quantum eraser, an experiment that supposedly rewrites the past. I haven't done that simply because there are already lots of videos about it. For example, Matt.
I don't know if that's the correct summary straight away off the bat, right? She said, how did she just phrase it? She said it changes the past? Rewrites the past. There you go. I wouldn't agree with that as a term, as a description for it. I don't know if anybody's going to back me up in this. Hopefully I'm going somewhere I should. I'm already on dodgy ground here. Okay. No, it's making, it's showing you the eventual outcome in advance, as opposed to rewriting what happened in the past. So straight off the bat, I don't necessarily agree with how she summarized this experiment. Anybody agree with me?
I'll give it a yes and no.
Okay, no, I'll drive. Maybe this is going to be me educated in this. Fine, I'll accept that. It's time for a bit of humility. Go ahead, AI.
So why this is relevant to the expanding Big Bang heliocentric cosmology is the idea of how you see distant objects in the present day and the path that light takes to arrive at you. And that's why this whole idea even came about, because the idea of stars and gravitation and all this affecting the path of light. So you imagine like you're looking at a star light years away, and the light takes a while to get to you and has to pass objects. Those objects essentially become diffractive points. And just like in the, double slit, it changes the probabilistic outcome of where you can see things. And they use this to interpret how they're seeing distant objects. And that's why it's super relevant to heliocentrism.
Gotcha. I'm smiling from ear to ear because it seems so bloody obvious now you said it. That's how she's going to be interpreting it, and that's why she's phrased it that way. Gotcha. Now that makes total sense. Of course. Okay, great. Let's move on.
From PBS Spacetime, the always amazing Joe Scott, and recently also John Lincoln from Fermilab. And how many videos do you really need about the same thing if that thing isn't a kitten in a box? However, having watched all those gentlemen's videos about quantum erasing, I think...
Quantum erasing? I don't know if that works either, does it? Okay, well, we'll let that slide.
They're all wrong. The quantum eraser isn't remotely as weird as you think, doesn't actually erase anything, and certainly doesn't rewrite the past. And
it erases a participant from it. From what I understand about the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment, it's a set and forget experiment, which is to say that it does its thing without you having to have any interaction with it. So, in terms of what it's erasing, it's a causally disconnected choice within the delayed choice quantum eraser. Therefore, you don't have to fiddle with it. You set it and you forget it. But that's taking you out of the equation, isn't it? That's what's being erased, if I'm not mistaken. Again, my limited knowledge. Go ahead, AO.
I was going to ask, isn't the erasing part the erasing one of the ways in which the knowledge can be gained, which is how the experiment works, isn't it? Right? Because I mean, I don't know how much detail she's going to go into, but isn't one of the paths that it takes you can't know, and that's how you get the interference pattern.
Perhaps. Your guess is as good as mine. QE's going to be turning in his grave when he has a heart attack and hears all this, you realise. Another shout out to Mike808, who just gives me money. I'm not going to say no. Really, really need it. Thank you so much. Right, let's move on.
Why are you erasing it?
Ah, thank God. My wingman's back. Hello, Adam. Where did you go?
Patience, mate. Patience. I don't know. Maybe QE will tell me off. But I just did that bit. They're quantum erasing. She said we're not erasing anything. I don't think I ever conceptualize it as anything was ever being erased. Because nothing ever does get erased. It's just the way what renders is based on the observer being there. Now, you may consider that if I do know the which path and go backwards, and it's erased part of the data or something. But I don't think it's like that. It's not like you've made the cat alive again. It's at the point of whether that information is there is the choice as to which path which is formed. I've not ever heard of it being backwards and like retrospectively deleting the past as part of the claim, even though that.
Just give a very terrible breakdown of what's actually occurring, right? So you're firing off a light, but you're splitting it. So it's going on two journeys, right? But it's the same particle of light that's been split. And the first path gives you a shorter distance, if you like, for the light to travel through. And at the end, it's got a equivalent to a photographic plate that will show you either an interference pattern or wave function collapse, if you want to call it that, your two lines, right? But that happens, that path that gives you that result happens before the light that's going to go through one or other slit and either know or not know which one it's gone through hasn't actually happened for that light yet. So it's got to go on a longer journey, if you will, before it actually goes through that process of having the knowledge acquired from which slit it went through. So prior to it actually having the choice be made, if you want to look at it in that way, you already get the result. So you already know if you're going to have wave function collapse or not before it's gone through the slit detector. So by that distinction, you already know the outcome of what's going to happen to that light before it's technically happened, before the choice has been made. Hence, delayed choice, quantum eraser. That's why it's got the name. But that doesn't mean you're going back in time. It doesn't mean anything other than you know the outcome before it's, strictly speaking, happened. That's what it's showing. Anybody disagree with my summary? I profess to be no quantum. Go on.
Yeah. So you're not rewriting the past.
I had Adam first. Go on, Adam.
Yeah, I think what Adam is saying is you don't have. I think what Adam is saying, if I'm correct, is you don't experience two realities when you're only experiencing one.
Are you?
Yeah, there is only one outcome going to be experienced at the end. You're never going to get a result in the delayed choice quantum eraser where you see a diffraction pattern at one end and go, oh my God, we got wave function collapse at the point that the choice was made. It's like, no, that's never going to happen. You fire it, you see what the outcome is, but that's occurred before the choice has been made. Then the choice gets made, but you've already found out the outcome. So it's not going to change. It fundamentally defies the principle. But yes, that's all it's doing. In the same way, if you simplify it back one step, you can acquire the information for which path the light went through in a double slit experiment to cause wave function collapse. Well, in this instance, that process happens later down the line, and prior to it happening, you see the outcome. That's the idea as I understand it.
Well, the alternative idea is that you don't make the choice until after the amount of time necessary for the light to pass the sensors, and therefore the sensors can't have been read until. So you make the choice, like which one you're going to read after it's assumed, based on time and distance, that the light has already passed the sensor.
No, you can't do that in the.
That's why
you can't do that in that particular apparatus setup because of your lack of interaction once it's set and in motion. You can't alter it. It's already going on one or other path, whether you like it or not, and you can't influence it in that regard.
Right.
So that's what I said that earlier. I'm sure it's set and forget in that regard. So where you're describing your interference with it, you can't do that in the delayed choice quantum eraser, unfortunately.
Can I ask a stupid question about it? Because my knowledge on all these.
Mine too, so be careful who you ask. Go ahead.
Yeah, but is it that the choice that is made is the choice that was always going to be made, whether you like it or not?
Yes.
Kind of like destiny.
Correct. Yes,
Right.
It's inevitability. Okay. Correct.
Okay, thank you.
God, I'm surprised. I'm hanging on by the skin of my teeth with this stuff. We're only about 50 seconds in.
That's what we'll talk about today.
You can always say the computer crashed.
I could. If I'm doing terribly, I'll just pull the plug out. Oh, it's just me tuning the RAM.
Let's start with a puzzle that has nothing to do with quantum mechanics.
We'll be all right then.
Peter's 46 years old and he's captain of a container ship. He ships goods between two places that are 100 kilometers apart.
He's going to need a flat earth for that.
Let's call them A and B. He starts his round trip at A with the ship only half full. 3/4 of the way to B, he adds more containers to fill the ship, which slows him down by a factor of 2. On the return trip, his ship is empty. How old is the captain? If you
That's a good question. I like it already.
don't know the answer, let's rewind this question to the beginning. Peter's 46 years old and he's captain of a container ship. Peter's 46 years old. The answer's right there. Everything I told you after that was completely unnecessary and just...
I don't know if I agree with that. we utilised what you said and turned it into a flat Earth proof. I made use of those morsels that you thought you were just shaving off the bone for no reason. They were still tasty. Proved a flat Earth.
Just there to confuse you.
Confuse me? Proved a flat Earth with it.
Quantum eraser is a puzzle just like this.
Which is she talking about now, right? She's quantum eraser. What are we gonna trust that she actually talks about the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment, or is she gonna start talking about the double slit?
The quantum eraser is an experiment that combines two quantum effects, interference and entanglement. Interference of quantum particles can itself be tested by the double slit experiment. For the double slit experiment, you shoot a coherent beam of particles at a plate with two thin openings. That's the double slit. On the screen behind it, you then observe several lines, usually 5 or 7, but not 2.
Okay, a couple of things just for the benefit of the audience in case this stuff's going over their head. It's nice and simple for me to be able to break down. What she's talking about is the diffraction pattern that you get when you shine a light through two slits. Now, obviously, you don't always get that, but at a certain point, you can get the light to have this interference pattern. Now, this interference pattern will go on to be mathematically qualified and described as a wave function. That would be a probability distribution. So as you fire, rather than in her graphic, she threw all the light at it all at once. Fine, no worries. It'll give you the same result. But you can fire individual particles. There's something called an argon pump laser. And what it does is it just basically gives you light like a little bullet, one at a time. And you can fire it at the double slit in the same way she just fired all of it at once. Now, if you were to fire it one at a time, what you would see is it hits this plate with the two openings. And as it goes through, the expected result would be that if it goes through this slit, it hits here, directly behind on the photographic plate. And if it goes through this slit, it hits here. That's the expected result. Light goes through hole, light hits behind hole, right? Well, no, that's not what we're going to be describing here because that's not what's occurring. The light goes through one or other hole, we don't know which, and instead of going behind, it can go off over here. We'll call this point 1, yeah? Or it can go here, point 2, or here, point 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7. Now, which one will it hit? So if you fire the first piece of light, and it happens to hit at point 3, you scribble that down on your pad, and say, right, I fired one particle of light, and it hit at point 3. So by the limited information you've got so far, you go, all right, well, the only information I've got is that if I fire another one, it's going to hit at point 3, right? So you fire another one, and it hits at 0.5. So you write that down. Okay, light went through holes, came out at 0.5. So it's either going to be 0.3 or 0.5 on the next one. So you fire the next piece of light, and what do you know? It comes out at 0.4. And so you keep writing down where the light comes, and you build up a picture of the probability of where the next impact will land. Now that probability distribution is also termed wave function in mathematics. It's the probability distribution of the light in this example. Yeah? So that's what we've got. That's what's being described. That is the phenomena. This is diffraction. That's what we're experiencing, right? So far, hopefully that's been so good for everybody to have a useful visual representation of what's going on so far with the phenomena of light diffraction.
This is an interference pattern created by overlapping waves. When a crest meets a trough, the waves...
Just for clarity, there is no distinct difference between interference and diffraction. They're the same thing.
Cancel, and that makes a dark spot on the screen. When crest meets crest, they add up, and that makes a bright spot. The amazing thing about the double slit...
That's not true. She's just described light waves crossing over to create high peaks. That is not correct.
Okay, but where did that idea come from?
Light waves?
No, the idea that she just said.
Sorry, just do a quick shout out, then I'll stop cutting you off. Just a shout out to One Deck. Thank you very much for just giving me money. Really appreciate the support. Sorry to cut you off a couple of times there. I go ahead.
Yeah, so we're talking about the pattern that's imprinted upon the final plate sensor. The pattern that's on the sensor, you would agree that exist as a concrete reality. It's a pattern.
Yes.
How the pattern arrived there has been given explanations of how it functions underlyingly. Now, back in the day when the quote unquote diffraction patterns and all these things were first starting to be observed and really thought about, they were like, well, how do we get this pattern? Well, one guy noticed that you can get a similar pattern and a true interference pattern where waves constructively or destructively interfere with each other in water. So you take an object, you place it in water, you start shaking it, it creates ripples. You take another object next to it, you start shaking it, it creates ripples. And it is true that in water waves, they can constructively or destructively interfere with each other, creating higher peaks or lower valleys or a neutral point. And it will look identical to what appears to be the pattern in the slits. Now, because of this similarity, the person who did this said, this means of a necessity that this is the way light's behaving. And so from that explanation, the foundation of light most certainly is a wave, right, was accepted generally.
Right. So the propagation of light as a wave through a medium has been described by Sabine in this instance as creating peaks and valleys. Well, in the same way as it can be described as ripples that overlap one another, and when you get two overlapping ripples in a lake, you'll create a bigger peak. Or in the case of sound, if you get two frequencies that are sympathetic with one another that sit on top of each other, you get what's called a standing wave. That's an increased peak. Now she's saying that in the light as it's passing through as a whole, and I qualified this earlier, I said, well, in her description, she's just got all of the light all at once being thrown through the double slit at the wall. And she's saying that the peaks and valleys are akin to peaks and valleys in a sound wave when you get a standing wave, because you get two complementary waves sat on one another in the medium of the air, which means you get a louder volume or an increased peak if you put it on a graph. That is not what's occurring here. So in the description below this video, and Quantum Eraser insisted that I put this in my video many years ago when I was just starting to get to grips with some of this stuff. And it's a narrated video with Morgan Freeman, I believe, as the narrator. And all it shows is the double slit experiment. But in the way I just described it, which is to say they're firing one light particle at a time. So this is how I'm going to debunk what Sabine's just said. In my description of how the light diffraction pattern is qualified for things like wavelengths, how we'll describe various types of lights, that's come from the various diffraction patterns and their qualifying description of a wave function in mathematics. That gives you your wavelength concept. But you can describe the wavelength concept by firing a single particle of light at the sensor or photographic plate behind the double slit. Well, if you can get one particle of light to go through the double slit and come out at point 1, why would it be an overlapping wave creating a high peak for the high brightness of the light? It's just one single impact with one point on the photographic plate. There is no doubling up of waves giving you a high peak. And conversely, in the same way as if you get a standing wave in a room or the bottom peak of a ripple through the water, you'll get an extra lull, a low peak, a depression in the water that's twice as deep when they overlap. Well, she's saying that the valleys between these light impacts are actually where the light as a wave, like sound or a ripple in a lake, have created this null, this dip. That's why we've got a low amount of light. No, because these dips are irrelevant to the impact of light that you can create with a single particle. Ergo, debunking the notion that they are high peaks and low valleys in an interference of a light as a wave through a medium. Light is not behaving in that way. And it is demonstrated and has been linked in every single live video for about the last 3 years below this video, with that description and a tangible demonstration of single particles creating wave function, i.e. the light diffraction pattern that you can qualify. So she's completely wrong in what she just said. I just want to make that absolutely abundantly clear for the reasons I gave, which is that it's going to be juxtaposed into light traversing a medium with a speed in Einsteinian conceptual fourth dimensional space-time. Sod all to do with how light actually behaves, and I can debunk what she said. I'm doing better than I thought.
And that makes a dark spot on the screen. When crest meets crest,
Wrong.
they add up, and that makes a bright spot.
If it's crest meeting crest, how do you achieve the same exact result with a single photon of light being fired through the double slit? You wouldn't, you couldn't, you're wrong.
The amazing thing about the double slit is that you get this pattern even...
See? What she's doing now is she's just shown what I've just said. Amazing, brilliant, how handy. Thank you, Sabine. Or your graphic designer that may not be you and hasn't realised the implications of this graphic.
The screen. When crest meets crest, they add up, and that makes a bright spot. The amazing thing about the double
right time.
slit is that...
Now, she is doing this with a stream of light, but you can see from the graphic, if I can get my mouse to be out of the way at the right moment,
that you get this...
Although it's going to be two at once, fine, it's good enough for me, right? In the argon pump laser, you can show this with just one particle, right? And at the point that it impacts, there, we got it. So these haven't impacted yet. We've got an impact at 0.1. That's one impact. Well, how can it be waves of light creating peaks and nulls if in your own demonstration of it, you've got single impact of light hitting the photographic plate or sensor? That's not a peak. That's not a null. That's a single photon impacting the photographic plate, debunking what she just said about how this actually occurs. We're not even into the experiment yet, and she's wrong about the phenomena.
Even if you let only one particle at a time pass through the slits.
Well, how can it be a wave? She's about to debunk what she's just said, isn't she?
This means that even single particles act like waves.
No, they do not! If you're creating a non-interference pattern, you haven't got any information to derive a wave function if you've only got one impact. So how can it be a wave if the very definition of the wave is multiple points of impact with a description in mathematics of a wave function that could only be achieved with more than one impact? But if it goes through the photographic plate, or goes through the double slit, sorry, hits the photographic plate and has a single impact that's not directly behind the slit, well, then it's still exhibiting the effects of interference. It's not behind the slit, right? But how are you going to get any concept of a wave from that? You can't. There's not enough impacts to derive wave function mathematically. So you're wrong. Just saying arbitrarily that if you've only got one impact, a single particle, it still behaves like a wave. Well, no, it doesn't. Where's the wave function from a single impact? There isn't one. How are you going to get mathematical probability from a single point of impact? You've got one data point.
We therefore
this type of like backwards engineering, because she's saying that a single particle would act like a wave, but she's just looking at the conclusion of the interference pattern and saying, well, those particles formed this pattern. But they didn't do that single-handedly. She had to look at the conclusion of the interference pattern to say they formed a pattern. They didn't act like that, act like a wave. While there were singles.
You're getting too worse. You were at 60% audibility, now you're at 50. So can't make out what you're saying.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Describe quantum particles with a wave function, usually denoted psi.
Yeah, the wave function means you need more than one data entry point. So what you've just said in terms of a single photon being able to be described as being wave-like, it can't.
The interesting thing about the double slit experiment is that if you measure which slit the particles go through, the interference pattern disappears. Instead, the particles behave like particles again, and you get two blobs, one from each.
But how they weren't behaving like particles when you had one hit the photographic plate, and because they're all bunched together behind the lines that they went through, doesn't mean that they're suddenly not behaving like waves. They weren't behaving like waves prior. So this is nonsense. Quick shout out to Godzilla37, who says...
Hold on a second. Oh, go ahead.
If you can hold that thought while I shout out Godzilla. 4 billion more hours, not a request to extend the show. Just how much longer we'll have to wait for Duper to prove the globe. Thank you very much indeed for the super chat, Godzilla. Go ahead, AI.
I was just gonna say, so you say to somebody, oh, they weren't behaving like such and so before. But it isn't even so much that they were behaving like that as it is in the result can be, in some instances, described by that behavior that would produce that result if all of those things were happening, like we previously mentioned in the water wave example, which, by the way, was the example demonstrated by a quote unquote scientist of the past to his peers to settle a debate of the nature of light. He showed water waves and said, look, the pattern seems to match. Therefore, this is what light is. So just because your explanation, quote unquote, matches and quote unquote is logical and quote unquote is a framework, doesn't mean it's accurately describing the mechanisms that are behind what's happening. Cough, cough, ether.
Yeah, exactly. Another quick shout out to James Richard. He said, missed my $5 super chat. Oh, my bad. Let's just scroll back and see what you said.
He was probably shouting me out. That's why you missed it.
Yeah, I did miss it. My bad. I'm really sorry, James Richard, but I will. You've paid me to read it out twice, so it's only reasonable. Is this a natural phenomenon or man-made one? Is it a real experiment? Yeah, it's a real experiment. We're talking about light diffraction. I did qualify that. I'm sure I did. Yeah, it's definitely a real experiment. Light's real. Diffraction's a phenomena that happens with it.
Each of the slits. Well, actually you don't, though you've almost certainly seen that elsewhere. Just because you know which slit the wave function goes through doesn't mean it stops being a wave function.
What? What? The only way you can qualify it as a wave in any way, shape or form is to use the diffraction pattern to do it. So when you're saying it doesn't, let's just hear what she said again.
Though you've almost certainly seen that elsewhere. Just because you know which slit the wave function goes through doesn't mean it stops being a wave function.
By definition, to qualify it as a wave function, you have to describe the probability distribution of it. There is no probability distribution to describe. There's no probability of anything. There's only certainty. It goes through one hole and hits behind the hole. Probability of what? It's going to hit behind the hole. So how is it a probability distribution, my love? Do you want to qualify that? On screen now, you've got a picture of wave function collapse, aka light goes through hole, hits behind hole. You give me the probability distribution for that, please. What's that? There isn't one, you crazy bint!
It's just no longer a wave function going through two slits.
Sorry, wave function going through... Sorry, are you nuts? Wave function doesn't go through slits. Wave function is the light impact at a varying point of probability on the photographic plate or sensor. Wave function doesn't go through slits! Are you nuts? Are you just talking crap?
It's now a wave function.
Sorry, she's pissed me off royally. Who suggested this video? Great choice.
I did.
Excellent choice. Right. Did we all hear that? She's describing how the description in maths of probability distribution, that's wave function, goes through slits. You crazy cow. Stop saying anything to do with this subject ever again. It's just stupid. If I know more about it than you do, you shouldn't be talking about it.
Going through only one slit.
What, when you've got both of the impacts? It's not going through one slit, it's going through both. She's just stupid. Are you blind? This is so irritating. I should not know more about what is literally on screen next to you. It's not going through one, it's going through both. Oh, this is super irritating.
So you get a one-slit diffraction pattern.
What? Diffraction pattern? Diffraction means interference. It's nothing interfering here. Is anybody else getting as irritated with this as me? Clearly not.
I'm not.
Well, there is no split diffraction, but she's jumped from the diffraction multiple slits to diffraction pattern, edge diffraction on one slit. So she's almost clever, and I can't. It's intentional or just stupid.
I see what you say. I didn't catch that. Glad you've said that. Broken up as you were. You're saying that she's gone from describing the diffraction pattern we see when firing light through a double slit to single slit diffraction patterns. So she's basically using what you would get as an interference pattern that absolutely can be given a wave function description in maths, because you've still got the probability distribution. It's just going through one slit. And she's saying, well, when we have the light going through one slit, it's akin to us still having the light being capable of being described as a wave. No, because in the example literally on screen now, there is no diffraction pattern to describe the probability thereof. This is just insane.
Yeah, but it's
What's
also a
that?
problem with the language that's a vestige from this initial thing that we spoke about before, where the bet was settled by using water as a demonstration, like a model, an attempt to be a model. Is even the term interference pattern being, called a diffraction pattern came from that.
I see.
Because he showed the interference of the constructive destructive waves where it had peaks, valleys, and neutrals.
So it's akin to me saying, if you want to know the devastation that badgers cause and their cycles of destruction that come in waves, then check out my small scale example with mice. Because it's the same, basically. Light in air, same as water with a stone dropped in it. I mean, basically the same thing. Mice, badgers, plain thing. Well, what's the problem?
Well, the thing about it is
And rest
that,
assured, you could chart the waves, quote unquote, of destruction, on a graph, and it would look like an undulation, right? Similar to a quote unquote wave, right? And then you could say later on that badger destruction is a wave-like phenomenon that requires a medium of transport. Woo-hoo!
Exactly. That's exactly where I was going. Yeah, perfect. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, what I was going to say is, from her point of view, you see, she needs to reify what happens with the water into a situation where light is confined to 671 million miles per hour, and it moves through the heliocentric universe at that rate, which is the same rate as gravitational waves. That's where her. So if you're coming from her thinking, her thinking would stop her from understanding it, I would say.
That's also an interference pattern, but a fuzzier one, and indeed looks mostly like a blob.
How is it an interference pattern? Looks nothing like what you'll derive things like the wavelengths of light in their varieties from this. It won't give you that because it isn't a wave function.
But a very blurry blob. And if you add the blobs from the two individual slits, they'll overlap and still pretty much look like one blob. Not as...
What? These two things don't look pretty much the same. They look completely different.
You see
Well, it
many
makes
videos.
sense if... Sorry, it makes sense if we get rid of the short distances. The shorter distances, it'll make more sense if we get rid of those.
I see. So if we work at the sort of only long distance scales. I see.
Those two cleanly separated ones. You may think this is nitpicking, but it'll be relevant to understanding the quantum eraser, so keep this in mind. It's not so relevant for the double slit experiment because regardless of whether you think it's one blob or two, the sum of the images from both separate slits is not the image you get from both slits together. The double slit experiment therefore shows that in quantum mechanics, the result of a measurement depends on what you measure. Yeah.
You haven't got into it though. You haven't explained the effect at all. All you've done is qualify how you will be describing light as a wave.
Yes, that's weird. The other ingredient that...
Nathan.
Yes.
Yes, thanks. Is she trying to pull something early on so she could do something later by saying an interference pattern really is a blob magnified?
Perhaps, but she's going against the defining principles of wave function collapse because that blob represents no longer having interference. That's what the blob is. So, two blobs behind a slit, one behind one slit and one behind the other, is the antithesis of wave function. But if you understood this experiment, you'd understand that because that's the result, that's the outcome. but she's convoluting it like it's not the outcome of the actual double slit experiment. It's like, okay, why convolute what light is? Oh, well, because she needs it to be a
Well,
wave.
Yeah, but my point is, if you can't identify it with words, then interference pattern and blog or solid pattern is the same thing at the end, because she's going to interchange whenever she wants to.
But it shows a fundamental misunderstanding of the principle of the double slit experiment. When you get the quote-unquote blob, or blobs, that's removing the interference. You've no longer got light with an interference pattern. What's an interference pattern? Well, that's the thing you'll describe as having a wave function, the probability distribution of the light when it has interference. When you have wave function collapse, the collapse bit is the description of no longer having any interference. And if you haven't got any interference, aka it's collapsed, you can't describe the probability distribution of the interference anymore. She's just talking nonsense.
That you need for the quantum eraser is entanglement. I've talked about entanglement several times previously, so let me just briefly remind you. Entangled particles share some information, but you don't know which particle has which share until you measure it. It could be, for example, that you know the particles have a total spin of 0, but you don't know the spin of each individual particle. Entangled particles
got no relevance on this whatsoever. I mean, for the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment, and again, we described this right at the beginning of this, you've got a experiment that splits them. So they're basically combined particles, right? Well, at the point that they're no longer combined and they go on the path I described earlier, one gives you the outcome before it's gone through the choice mechanism. That's what's occurring. That's the only reason you need this description. Now, she's using it for something I don't know what yet, because there's no need to give you that description beyond
she
what
just
I
did
gave.
it again. Nathan, she just did it again. She gave a double meaning to one word. It measures 0, but that doesn't mean each one had 0.
Right. Yeah, but I don't know what she's going to utilize that for later. I mean, there's like I said, no need for
No,
this.
I know, but if you go to the first one, but if you go to the first one, it's interference and it's not interference, and she says the same thing. So she's now did it twice to lead up to what she's going to do with it.
Okay.
Isn't that a fallacy,
because they are
Yeah, it's called equivocation.
There you go.
Speed of light, that's where she's going to.
allow you to measure quantum effects over large distances, which makes them super extra weird. Okay, now to the quantum eraser. You take your beam of particles, usually photons, and direct it at the double slit. After the double slit, you place a crystal that converts each single photon into a pair of entangled photons. From each pair, you take one and direct it onto a screen. There, you measure whether they interfere. I have drawn the photons which come from the two different places in the crystal with two different colors, but this is just so it's easier to see what's going on. These photons actually have the same color.
Okay, so far so good in terms of a broad description of the basics of what happens first. Not bad.
If you create these entangled pairs after the double slit, then the wave function of the photon depends on which slit the photons went through. This information comes from the location where the pairs were created and is usually called the which-way information. Because of this which-way information, the photons on the screen can't create an interference pattern. What's with the other side of the entangled particles?
Why is she saying it and showing something that she's not saying? It can't create an interference pattern. So why have you shown an interference pattern?
That's where things get tricky. On the other side, you measure the particles in two different ways. In the first case, you measure the which-way information directly, so you have two detectors, let's call them D1 and D2. The first detector is on the path of the photons from the left slit, the second detector is on the path of the photons from the right slit. If you measure the photons with detectors D1 and D2, you see no interference pattern. But alternatively, you can turn off the first two detectors and
See, this is what I've been trying to explain. People's misunderstanding of the phenomena in the actual experiment, because they're like, oh, quantum mechanics, all that magical woo-woo stuff. Yeah, that's because this is the person informing them. They're still going to Google to for whatever hold grudges against us. Like, I mean, fam, wake up.
And instead combine the two beams in two different ways. These two white bars are mirrors and just redirect the beam. The semi-transparent one is a beam splitter. This means half of the photons go through and the other half is reflected. This looks a little confusing, but the point is just that you combine the two beams so that you no longer know which way the photon came. This is the erasure of the which way information. And then you measure those combined beams in detectors D3 and D4. A measurement on one of those two detectors does not tell you which slit the photon went through. Finally, you measure the distribution of photons on the screen that are entangled partners of those photons that went to D3. These photons create an interference pattern. You can
Are you on mute?
crash?
Oh, it's me on mute. Sorry.
Maybe what
I was talking through it and not on. My bad. Okay, so we already know the outcome. We already know that we're going to get an interference pattern. So we haven't established which path information at the slit detector, because of the outcome already being predetermined. We can see we've got an interference pattern. So she didn't do a bad job. Does anybody have any critique of how she's described the quantum eraser, delayed choice quantum eraser experiment thus far? Because I don't. If anybody does, please say now, or we'll move on if not. Nope.
Well, other than initially giving a double meaning to two of the statements prior to going into it, I think that is the big mistake of her. The one thing can't mean the other. I mean, a solid line versus
notwithstanding, I just want to know if you
aren't
have
the
any
same
critique
thing.
of a description of the experiment itself in this depiction. I don't. If you do, fine. If not, we've already covered that.
Can alternatively measure the distribution of photons on the screen that are partner particles of those photons that went to D4. Those will also create an interference pattern. This is the quantum erasure. It seems you've managed to get rid of the which-way information by combining those paths, and that restores the interference pattern. In the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment, the erasure happens well after the entangled partner particle hit the screen. This is fairly easy to do just by making the path of those photons long enough. If you watch the other videos about this experiment on YouTube, they'll now go on to explain that this seems to imply that the choice of what you measure on the one side of the experiment decides what happened on the other side before you even...
No, that's not the implication. So maybe I'm going to agree with what she says in the next statement.
made that choice. Because the photons must have known whether to interfere or not before you decided whether to erase the which-way information. But this is clearly nonsense, because let's rewind this explanation to the beginning. Because of this which-way information, the photons on the screen can't create an interference pattern. The photons on the screen can't create an interference pattern. Everything I told you after this is completely irrelevant. It doesn't matter at all what you do on the other side of the experiment. The photons on the screen...
Other than you haven't got the desired effect if you've got the interference pattern, because you're trying to get it to collapse. The point of the outcome is, how is it achieved? What causes the wave function collapse? And you're saying, but at the start, we don't have it. Well, yeah, because you haven't established which path information. It's been removed, so you don't have the outcome anymore. You've just got the interference. Well, what's that useful for? Well, I suppose you could mathematically qualify that interference pattern as a light diffraction wave function. Yeah, that's useful. You can do all sorts of things with that, but it doesn't actually achieve anything in the experimental sense because there's no cause and effect happening. You've just got the phenomena. So what caused the wave function collapse if you haven't got it? You're saying, well, there's no point going forward. Well, no, because you've still just got interference in your description. Fundamentally, she doesn't understand the principle and what's being achieved at the end of the delayed choice quantum eraser. But by virtue of that, I can only assume she doesn't understand the implications of the double slit experiment either. Because if she understood, and I said this earlier, I'm sure I did, if she understood the difference between the diffraction pattern, aka wave function when described mathematically, and wave function collapse, the two blobs that she described, she'd understand that those are the two different states that you're studying. And the causal influence is knowledge of which path the light went through. And when you have the knowledge of which path, you no longer have interference anymore. She just doesn't understand any of this, does she? I mean, I was worried that I'd be stumbling over it and she might humiliate me in my lack of knowledge. I know more than she does about this.
Yeah, I was going to say that she's so far between where she started and where she concluded that she confused herself along the way because no one was correcting her as she went.
Yeah, I would say a bit different. I would say that she doesn't know what science is in the first place. So she doesn't realize she's making a mistake because she doesn't know the process she's supposed to be adhering to.
Okay. Not that we've got over 100 people even watching at the moment, but we're going to carry on live and actually round out this Sabine video just because I don't want to necessarily tail it into a next show. So we'll carry on with this.
Will always create the same pattern, and it'll never be an interference pattern.
What? That's what wave function is, an interference pattern. When you say it'll never be an interference pattern, you've said that the end result of the outcome is that you've just got the diffraction pattern on the screen, right? Now you're saying it'll never be an interference pattern, but that's all you've got. You've only got... She's just nuts. There's no other conclusion I can draw. She's just balmy.
Wait.
If you don't know what balmy means, by the way, I'll just tell you, just because this is interesting. I don't often get to use the word balmy, but it's a British term. So in Kent, there's a mental asylum in Barming. And the Barming mental asylum is where you would be sent if you were a lunatic. So a lunatic is somebody that looks at the moon and talks about how the moon behaves. That's a lunatic. And if you're a lunatic, you're going to be locked up in Barming. That's the mental asylum in Kent. And if you are locked up in Barming, you are barmy. Hence the term barmy, in case you were wondering.
Didn't I just tell you?
We call
that cousins at Bellevue.
we call it, what do you call it? Bellevue.
Yeah, same thing. But barmy's better.
That you do get an interference pattern if you use detectors D3 and D4? Indeed.
Yeah, because that's the point of the experiment. That when you know, i.e. you detect which path it went through, you cause wave function collapse. Yeah, you've just been educated in the very basic principles of the double slit experiment, Sabine. Pathetic that you don't understand it.
But I've omitted a crucial part of the information which is missing in all those other YouTube videos.
What, knowledge of which path? The fundamental principle of the experiment itself? Yeah, you have missed that, haven't you, love? Yeah, no shit.
It's that those interference patterns are not the same. And if you add them, you get exactly the same as you get from detectors 1 and 2.
Who cares? The point of the experiment is to detect wave function collapse. Oh my God. So you've just decided to divine something else that's outside the purview of the experiment in the hypothesis. Because who gives a flying crap? This has absolutely sod all to do with the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment.
Namely, these two overlapping blurry blobs. This is why it matters that you know the combined pattern of...
Right, combined patterns versus blurry blobs. Blurry blobs would be wave function collapse. That's two lights, the strip of lights behind the slit, exactly as you'd expect. And the diffraction pattern is the wave function that you seem to be implying both simultaneously always occurs because light's a wave traversing a medium, but also is the only outcome you can ever achieve if you don't acquire knowledge of which path, which means you don't understand this experiment.
Of two single slits doesn't give you two separate blobs as they normally should.
It should normally if you know which path they went through. You don't get that unless you know which path it's gone through. That means you need to have the slit detectors. My God, woman!
Show you. What you actually do in the eraser experiment is that you sample the photon pairs in two groups, and you do that in two different ways. If you use detector 1 and 2, you sample them so that the entangled partners on the screen do not create an interference pattern for each detector separately. If you use detector...
Detecting what? It's not the detectors that are causing this. It's the knowledge of which path.
3 and 4, they each separately create an interference pattern.
No, they do not. Incorrect. Slit detectors do not cause or solve interference, aka wave function collapse. That has absolutely sod all to do with the detectors themselves, and everything, this is the cause of the effect, to do with knowledge of which path. What kind of detectors are they, Sabine? What did you call them? Which way detectors? Yeah, you need to know which way! You crazy bint!
But together,
He has to be making this all up, isn't he?
Which
He
way
has to be
information? Which
making
path?
this up,
Same thing.
because how could you misinterpret it like this?
She doesn't understand the experiment on it. She doesn't understand the basic principles of what's being done. That's how she's misinterpreted it. She's read between the lines about what her light as a wave will do. In between the hypothesis-based experiment that she's pulling apart. No. If you want to critique what's actually occurring, why don't you look at the hypothesis? Does she even know it?
I don't think so, but she's not even using the right word. She's not using the vernacular that we have come to adjust to involving the actual quantum eraser and the knowing which path experiment, right? And she's not using those words, so it does seem like she completely made this up. But you have to know that then. Like, this is just really bad. Really bad.
This means that the interference pattern really comes from selectively disregarding some of the particles.
Sorry, the interference pattern is just interference. That's all it is. Not coming from anything. It's just the light has interference. I don't get it. Why is she telling us where the interference comes from? That's the phenomena you're studying. Where it comes from is irrelevant. Why it happens, that's what you're doing with science, trying to figure out the cause of it.
That this is possible has nothing to do with quantum mechanics.
It's the definition of what quantum mechanics is if you understand what it is.
I could throw coins on the floor and then later decide to disregard some of those and...
Or you could fire physical buckyballs through a double slit, as opposed to light particles. And you can observe the exact same bloody effect. With things that are physical.
Making this up.
She's just making this shit up. Yeah, she's just talking shite. No, we're not throwing coins through double slits, though, are we, love?
Create.
Nathan,
Yes.
according to Phil B in chat in all caps, he said, "You don't understand the experiment." Good rebuttal.
Okay.
Any kind of pattern. Clearly, this doesn't rewrite the pattern.
Is this... Just to finish that off, this is the same Phil B that doesn't know what an elevation angle is, so don't pay too much attention to this Phil B.
That's correct.
Okay, we're responding to Sabine. For the moment, there is no Phil B.
Past. This, by the way, has nothing to do with the particular realization of the quantum eraser experiment that I've discussed.
That you've discussed, or the actual outcome of the experiment based on a hypothesis? You see, what you've discussed is just nonsensical dribble.
This experiment has been done in a number of different ways, but what I just told you is generally true. these interference patterns will always combine to give the original non-interference pattern.
Sorry, the original non-interference pattern. You think that combining them will give you wave function collapse? Because if you combine them, you've just got a bigger interference pattern. Yeah? But the point of the experiment is wave function collapse. The light behaving exactly as it does in everyday experience. If you shine a light through a keyhole, you don't expect the light to fly off to the left randomly, do you? You expect light to be on the other side of the keyhole, directly behind where you shine the light through. Right? This phenomena, right, is just the phenomena that's being studied. But you're saying if I take the phenomena and overlay a different phenomena on top of it, who cares? Right. Cause and effect, my love.
This is not to say that there's nothing weird going on in this experiment.
You didn't explain the experiment. You just detailed the phenomena only and then introduced a different version of the same phenomena. So you haven't detailed the experiment.
What does it even mean? Something weird going on in an experiment? Like, that's not... that. Like, what is she talking? That's not... If there's something weird going on, then there's no oversight over what the experiment is. It makes absolutely no sense. She's literally just talking gibberish.
Correct. She doesn't understand the principles of science. The hypothesis has a null and an alternative. If A, then B, or if A, not B. And you're trying to establish that A causes B. What's the cause in this instance? Well, knowledge of which path causes wave function collapse.
Well, Brian literally did say that. That is weird, though.
Well, it's two of you going at once. Hold on. AI. Go ahead, Brian.
No, I didn't say that. That was Elijah said. I said. Brian said. Just reference what I said. AI. I want to say that.
AI. Go ahead.
Well, my point was that the knowledge of the which path having a result on the final outcome that's imprinted upon the physical plate is weird. Now, it's not so much weird now that that's already been established, but before it was established, that concept, right, coming across it would be very weird. Because we are so saturated with physical assumption bias and the idea of universal concretism of objects that exist outside of us, and that their paths and placements are fixed regardless of our interactions with them, right? To encounter something that's demonstrable evidence that that's not true, that's weird.
Yeah. But she didn't detail that, though, did she? All she detailed was the phenomena. So, yeah. Shout out to Elvis Kaforic, or Kafolvik, who just gives me money. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate the support. Thank you very much indeed. If you do take pity on me, as I've got a shitload of outstanding bills, send me a PayPal. That'd be much more helpful for the immediate future. Not that I'm e-begging. I am actually e-begging. I'm really poor. Anyway, let's move on.
But what's weird about it is the same thing that's weird already about the normal double-slit experiment. Namely, if you look at the wave function of a single particle, then that...
Excuse me? Come again?
What?
The wave function of a single particle. Yeah, you heard her right, Arwen. You go ahead. You go ahead.
I'm sorry, that's just so funny.
That's the dumbest thing she said so far. If you have a single particle impact, how can you derive probability distribution of the next one that's going to come? Okay, so you fire a single light particle through a slit, and it, on my scale that I gave earlier arbitrarily, hits at point 1 on the far left. Okay, so you get your piece of paper and you write down your first data entry point. Okay, one particle hit at point... I don't actually have any information to even give me a scale yet, really, so I can't really call it point 1 versus point 7 because it's just an arbitrary point that it's hit. So I'll just say hit a point arbitrarily behind the slit that wasn't directly behind it. Okay, right. Okay, Sabine, we've got our one data entry point for our single particle impact, a single photon on the photographic plate or sensor. Now give me the wave function.
Maybe
Go.
it's a presuppositional wave function.
No. Wave function is fact a mathematical term. It's probability distribution. That's what it is as a mathematical term. So given that it's describing the distribution of probability, I'm going to need some distribution of something to do it with, aren't I?
Unless you presuppose that it is going
no.
to be a wave.
She's given us a... Arwin, don't go off the track. She's given us an example. One particle impact. What's the distribution of that one impact, please?
It's just a one impact.
So what's the probability
maybe
distribution of a single impact? Can it be done?
There can't be any. The probability is either 0 or 1, depending on your mathematical philosophy.
But sorry, that sounds very binary as
However-
opposed to... That doesn't sound like it's going to give me a wave or a wave function or anything like that, though, does it?
Yeah, but yeah,
Unless-
you wouldn't have a wave function. You'd have a probability of 1, which would just be a line. So it couldn't be graphed as a wave. However, we could be hypercritical of her because she might actually explain that it's over time, like single photon impacts mapped over time. If she does that, then she will save herself, even though she
Contradiction.
sounds stupid at this point.
Contradiction in terms. Single photon impact mapped over time is multiple photon impacts, isn't it?
No,
Right.
not yeah, but not a single photon fired at once, charted. A next single photon fired at once, charted. Not multiple photons fired simultaneously.
Yeah, one at a time. Yeah, but when you get to the first one, which is what she's just described, there is no distribution yet to give you wave function. She said a single impact, single photon will give you wave function. She's just mathematically
Yeah, she
incorrect.
has to salvage that. She has to salvage that in her next phraseology. Otherwise, she stands as retarded.
We'll see.
Well,
Let's
you
hear
could
it again.
think of it as a wave function if you
Alwyn.
just presuppose it's going to be a wave. That was my point.
She's not what she said. We'll hear it again.
Distributes in space. Yet, when you measure it, the particle is suddenly in one particular place, and the result must be correlated throughout space and fit to the measurement setting.
Sorry, the measurement setting, there's only one of them. There it is. Give me the probability distribution of this single impact, Sabine. Go. Yeah, the look on her face on pause would be the exact same look on her face if she was here. Because it cannot be done mathematically. It is retarded to assert such nonsense, Sabine.
She always has that look on her face.
I actually think the bomb experiment is far weirder than the quantum eraser. Check out.
So, moving away from your total nonsense and misapprehensions of mathematical descriptions of probability distribution off the back of saying you can get probability distribution off a single impact, no, you can't. But the bomb experiment's extremely fascinating. What a great segue.
My earlier video for more on that. When I was working on this video, I thought certainly...
There was your first mistake. That was where it all went wrong. Next time, don't put any thought into it and don't do it. Because you're going to make a fool of yourself when some flat earther who openly declares he doesn't know much about quantum mechanics humiliates you by pointing out that you've claimed a single photon impact can give you a probability distribution. Ludicrous. Like stupid. You shouldn't have flat earthers capable of telling you how stupid you are and be mathematically correct. Me? I'm not very good at maths. I'm first to admit it. Certainly not anything like an expert when it comes to the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment. Yeah, still managed to humiliate you, didn't I? It's absurd. People look up to you.
Someone must have explained this before, but the only person I could find...
You didn't explain Jack Love. You didn't go through cause and effect reasoning. You didn't detail the hypothesis. Literally, you didn't even detail the hypothesis for this experiment. You think you did a good job, and you're now critiquing yourself versus the other people out there? What a joke.
Who done that is Sean Carroll in a blog post 2 years ago. Yes, you can trust Sean with the quantum stuff.
We can trust Sean with the quantum stuff. Did you trust him, Dumbo? Because you didn't do well. If this is an endorsement for that guy, no, this Sean guy doesn't want you anywhere near him. Don't try and endorse him. Don't tar him with this horrible brush that you've now got. Because he doesn't need you promoting him. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. I'm just going to speak on behalf of this Shaw guy, who I have no clue who he is, and say, no, don't worry, my friend. Yeah, this total clown is no reflection on you and your understanding of the quantum eraser experiment. She hasn't got the slightest idea. Like, totally clueless. The mathematical...
it would be more...
Go on.
It would be more like a demotion. It would be more like a demotion. Like, oh, thanks. She likes me. I'm in trouble now because that means I'm full of shit.
Yeah, people are going to think I'm as dumb as she is with this stuff. Don't promote me, love, please.
Well, Sean Carroll is like a pretty famous. I think he's an astrophysicist or an astronomer. He's pretty famous. You can find him online.
And in the
California.
spirit of exactly that, I'm going to share this link. So obviously, we all love Sabine here, and we're all going to become subscribers as a result of this video that we've just made about her. And obviously, I'd encourage that you go and check out her stuff, which I'm sure is a vast catalogue of material from this chick on YouTube that you can waste your hours and hours with. But just let her know, let her know. Oh, by the way, I found out about you through this channel called Nathan Oakley 1980, who coincidentally responded to one of your videos. Love your stuff. I subscribed. Maybe you can go and check out Nathan Oakley 1980 as well. And in the spirit of anybody who obviously reacts to the stuff that we're putting out in this regard, I'd encourage you to do the same for me, which is to say, pop a link to my video if you're going to respond to what we've said about your total and utter ignorance in regards to the quantum eraser and delayed choice experiments. Subscribe today, yeah. Let them know Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, if you do.
See a link to Sean's piece in the info below. This video was sponsored by Brilliant.
Couldn't give a crap. Okay, I think we're done with that.
Brilliant.
Okay, any last comments? We've gone half an hour over on the live show today. Hey, John.
Well,
that was amazing. I didn't think it would sink lower than it had been already, but apparently I was wrong, and they can, with a straight face, completely mock up like rudimentary knowledge in these fields. Is this crazy?
Well,
This is just crazy.
You've had young Skywalker trying to stumble his way through the delayed choice quantum eraser, and hopefully we had the person with the very namesake quantum eraser listening in. How did we do? Are you there?
I'm eating.
Oh, okay. Well, if it makes you feel, confident about the future of the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel, this has been by far and away my least watched live show for quite some time. So people love this subject. 86 people watching.
What'd you do?
Talked about delayed choice, had Sabine on screen, that sort of thing.
I didn't hear
Before you get into that,
Oh, shut Elijah. Wait a second. What did you do?
Responded to Sabine and her nonsense assertions of there being a capability of deriving wave function from a single photon impact, for example.
Sabine? Oh, you did the Sabine quantum eraser exposition.
Yes, we did.
How'd you like that?
It made me... How did I like it? Quite a lot. It made me feel a lot more confident about my understandings, or what I assumed to be the lack thereof at the beginning of it. Now I actually feel quite confident, surprisingly.
Yeah, she's a kook, isn't she?
She's totally balmy. She's nuts.
Yeah, she doesn't understand the double slit experiment. I watched it when it first came out. It was, oh man, it was a long time ago. And I got through like the first 4 or 5 minutes, and I said, this kook doesn't even understand the simple double slit experiment, and she's giving an exposition on the quantum eraser? Yeah, right. It's like listening to Elmer Fudd give an exposition of the fucking gluconeogenesis pathway.
That's right, please. But yeah, okay, so I came to the same conclusion about a bit further along into the video, maybe 6 or 7 minutes in. I came to the conclusion that not only she should not be talking about the delayed choice, she doesn't understand the double slit experiment.
Yeah. That's the conclusion you came to? It should have been quick.
That was the conclusion I came to about halfway through.
All right, you did a good job then.
What I didn't do a good job of was breaking down which was, I thought, a reasonable explanation she gave with the diagram of the delayed choice itself. I thought she did a reasonable job in that regard. I don't know if you agree.
I can't remember it.
It was
I
okay. It
didn't
wasn't
hear.
bad.
I'm gonna
I
have
had
to go
to-
through it. I'm gonna have to
I
go
had to
through it.
break his arm to do it. He was scared shit, Chewy.
I can't even get a fucking word out, man.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Neil. He's talking to me. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Neil.
Oh, I thought he said Neil. I said he didn't want to do the video.
Maybe
I
I
had
should
to break his
interject
arm because
now.
he was scared shit.
Neil's trying to say I
one,
didn't want to do the
John.
video because I was scared my knowledge wouldn't be sufficient to undo her misapprehensions. In other words, if I haven't got a really good foundational knowledge of the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment, how can I be expected to pull apart her critique of it if I don't know where she's right and wrong fully? Well, I didn't need to be worried. Brian said I didn't need to be worried, and I wasn't. At the end, I was quite bolstered in confidence, to be frank. So yeah, thanks, Neil.
Of course, I armed you, even though that was a while ago that we went through it. I mean, you should still have that knowledge to defeat Hassenpfeffer.
Yeah, I did, thank you.
What did she tell the Earth's a sphere because of planes and eyeglasses? Why weren't you confident?
I just, when it comes to explaining the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment and the implications thereof, I struggle.
Nah, you got it.
It's complicated though, isn't it?
Well,
yeah, it is. It's. I know where my pay grade is. The delayed choice is above it. The double slit, no worries. I can explain it. I can argue with it about it. But when you're just not 100% confident in something, you just, if someone came on the panel and started live debating me about the delayed choice, they'd have me over a barrel pretty quickly, I would expect, if they had a reasonable knowledge
Nah,
of it.
not too many people understand it. It's just ripe for confusion because there's two issues going on in the experiment. You got the delayed choice, and then you got the quantum eraser, hence delayed choice quantum eraser. So it's very easy for somebody to convolute this stuff. It could be sent into the incoherent oblivion in no time. And that's what people do. Now, this cuck, like I said, when I first listened to it, I can just remember laughing about her fundamental knowledge of, or lack of knowledge of, just the simple double slit. That was wrong. So what's going to happen when you go to a delayed choice quantum eraser? You already know it's going to be a dumpster fire. That's what probably happened, right? I can't remember exactly what she said, but I remember laughing a lot.
Well, where you laughed, I was filled with outrage, if I'm honest.
Yeah, but it's Sabine Hassenpfeffer, man. You got to cut her, it just be kind of dumb animal week.
Fair enough. With that, I'll say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Programming Streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So another massive thank you to all of you who smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, hopefully solved my poverty problem via PayPal and all that good stuff. Another massive thank you to today's live and live Discord and G Plus panels for making today's live show possible. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!
And that's what
Yeah,
I
but
said.
everybody wants you to do it. You got to know that. Like,
oh, I got a
come on.
better one. I got a better one coming. That Sabine, I already did Sabine. She's old news.
She's a Hassenpfeffer.
No, got a super chat at the end. Hold on, for
CD,
QE.
remember that?
Got a super chat for you. Retro Bill says, I don't think QE
Well,
is going to be visiting the Sabine kissing booth. You ruined that. Let's say that again. Retro Build did a super chat just at the end of the live stream for QE. Says, I don't think QE will be visiting Sabine's kissing booth.
That's fucking hilarious. Yeah.
Thank you for the super chat, Retro
funny.
Build, although you can't even hear me.
Yeah, that
Were
is
you trying to get some Hassenpfeffer?
Who's trying to get some hot some pepper? Hit him with the wall, chocolate.
Hit him with the wall. What's up?
I might be able to do it. I might be just in time. Let's just see. Quick shout out. Nah, stream is finished. Oh well. I was going to shout him out. I thought I could catch the live stream. You've always got a delay. You know, it sort of goes on the whirly whirl in case your PC's been cut off for whatever reason. I thought I could get it in at the end. I didn't though. Oh well.
To stick with that topic just for a second, I've been finding in the studio some weird shit's happening. That is, it is so delayed. It's like back 20 minutes. You know, on the little screen in studio.
Yeah. That happened a couple of weeks ago with an OBS update. What I do now is I leave about 5-10 seconds after I press go. Then I start my intro with the understanding that there's a reasonable chance I'll only get 5 to 10 seconds of the intro, but it means that the uncut broadcast still just, you know, apart from a 5 to 10 second delay between the two shows starting, that's just how it rolls along. But yeah, for the live audience, if you go back and watch today's live show, bearing in mind that I've just told you exactly how I've processed the show, I press start, that's go live, and then wait for about 10 seconds. Then I start the intro. So, like I say, wherever the intro comes in on today's live show is how many seconds delay there is. You know, in other words, if we only get the last 10 seconds of a 50-second intro, that means there's 50 seconds, because it's 40 plus 10, of delay before the live show actually starts going out to the audience. I don't know why that started doing that.
What happens? Hold on.
No. This is technical. I'm
asking him a
just try to
question.
start a members live stream because it only lasted 6 seconds.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I'm gonna wring your fucking neck. Stop interrupting my fucking conversation.
Technical issue.
On the
Get your
panel.
fucking mood under control, dude.
Shut the fuck up.
You shut the fuck up.
Okay, both of you, can you stop swearing at each other?
It's not your fucking
Thank
show.
you, Arwin. Thank you. I heard what you said. I appreciate you letting me know. It is appreciated. Go ahead, Kiwi.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up.
And no need. God damn.
You shut the fuck up.
Oh my God.
Angry old man.
Fucking clown.
Oh my God. You've got to
You're
get the
the
last swear
fucking
in,
clown, and you're just yelling. So shut the fuck up.
I
when
was
you
just
feel
about
like
to
that.
say about
Oh, it's not that serious.
I'm assisting the show with technicals, yeah? I don't just yell at people because I'm overtalked for a few seconds. Oh no.
God.
Y'all can't tell Arwen to chill because he's definitely instigated that. Come on, yo.
All you need is love. Dun, 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 dun. Sorry, what were you saying, Arwin?
I don't even know what we're yelling about.
Arwin interrupting as usual. All right.
He wasn't. He was letting me know, QE, that I'd started a members-only stream and then stopped it because I was trying to catch the end of the last stream, and he just wanted me to know that I'd started and then stopped a live stream for members, because that's what it defaults to for me. Thank you for letting me know, Arwin. I do appreciate it. QE had no right to do that.
He should be decorated. Okay, back to the conversation.
Over to our very gracious and courteous leader in regards to all of this information even being capable of being discussed by any of us, which is Quantum Eraser. So thank you so much to you for giving us this. Go ahead, QE. The respect for you is infinite.
You're straddling a damn fence.
Yeah, I know.
It's not a big deal. My question is, it's not the start of my shows, it's the end. So when I'm getting ready to hit the outro, it's so far delayed that I don't know when to hit the outro and then hit end stream. So like I said, I'm doing what you do. I give like 10 to 15 seconds and then cancel the stream. You know what I'm saying in OBS? Follow?
Yeah, that's the only other alternative is when you set up the show in the main studio bit, there's an option for you to disable the start-stop button on OBS actually starting the broadcast. And what that does is it means that on OBS, you press start streaming, And what will happen in live, the studio bit, is that it'll show you when it's actually connected. And then on the studio bit of YouTube, you press go live in there. So it just adds one extra button to press. But then it means that you know you're connected, ready to be live the moment you press the button in YouTube.
Yeah, but it's the okay, now we're back to the beginning. So I hit stream on OBS, and then I have to wait like sometimes 5, sometimes 10 seconds for that little blue thing up in the right-hand corner to activate.
Yes.
No lie.
That's right. Well, at that point, if you change that setting, you'd then press go live in YouTube Studio, and it would instantly go live. And the same for cutting it off. When you, I'm only telling you that because the principle works at the end as well. In other words, what you see on that preview screen in YouTube Studio, when you see the end of the stream or the end of your outro, that's when you press stop in YouTube, and it will cut it off at the exact right moment.
Oh man, well,
yeah, exactly. I'd just rather press one button and have a bit of delay and maybe lose a bit of the outro. So what? I'm not that professional.
I think it covers, even though Studio is having an issue and OBS is having an issue. I think it resolves in the end. If I just give a delay, like 10 seconds,
yes,
it's still recording even if I go offline.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I've decided to do. It's just like, fine, a bit of 10 seconds of dead air, no one's going to quibble about. And then it just, other than that gap, it just transitions fine. And if there happens to be a 60-second delay, I've got a 60-second intro. That's good.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not
Riveting.
to cut it, right?
Yeah, fascinating stuff, eh? I was about to go on to my RAM, Arwen. You were asking about it the other day.
What? You serious? You're going to round out?
No, RAM. I was going to tell you about your RAM, as you're so fascinated in this stuff.
Wait, so we spent the show talking about the delayed choice quantum eraser. Now we're talking about quantum eraser having a delay.
Yes.
That's not Dick Chocolate.
Boom.
Get on you, Chocolate.
I was right there with you, Chalk.
I just found it funny.
And it's not knowing the which path, it's the particle detection. Remember?
Which way? Which way information?
Oh yeah, the which way information. Yeah. And the wave function of a singular particle, of course.
Yes, the wave function. That'll go down in history. The wave function of a single particle. All right, Sabine. Do you want to break down the maths for that for me?
I don't think I could jump on her for which way information, though.
No, there's nothing wrong with that. It's
Way and
different
path
term.
are synonyms.
Absolutely. I'm just saying. I wasn't critiquing it for it being incorrect. It's just she had a different term for it.
Yep. But hold on, she didn't use the word no. She didn't involve the knowing which path.
Oh, she did.
Way.
Oh, you missed that, did you? Oh, no, she ascribed that directly to the slit detector.
Okay.
Not okay.
How could she do that?
Yeah, but then it's just the detection, just detecting it. She's not really even bringing the knowing part into the whole equation.
Yes, she did. Yes, she most certainly did.
Did I miss
She
that part?
directly ascribed the cause, the causal influencer, as the slit detector. That's what she did.
How did she do that when the quantum eraser, delayed choice quantum eraser, doesn't have slit detectors?
She's somehow under the misapprehension that you can turn them off. I kid you not.
Turn them up. They weren't there in the delayed choice quantum eraser. There were no slit
described.
detectors. That was the whole fucking point.
If you don't get the result from detector D, then you don't get any wave function collapse, but she just described it by saying you only get the interference. That's what she said.
I think we're talking cross purposes again. I was talking. There's a difference between slit detectors and detectors, right?
Yes. The detector
So
is that she's calling detector screen. And she's saying,
remember I said it's easier to call them catcher's mitts. Remember we talked about that during the presentation about there was a lot of confusion.
No, I understand. You're right. So what she's called detector, she's called that screen, and she's showing it as a visual representation of what will give you the equivalent of the photographic plate or sensor, and she's showing it with lots of dots all lined up and saying that's your interference pattern. but she's also saying at the same time, and 10th Man caught this immediately, that the interference pattern is also represented in the wave function collapse. I kid you not. They're both the same thing, according to her. It's just nuts. She's just balmy.
Yeah, this might be getting a little painful. You're trying to rehash the story. You already did it. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Wait, so she says that even if the wave function collapsed, it still has a wave function?
Yes.
What? Why?
She's nuts. There's no other way to describe it.
Don't say wave function around humble H.
Don't even start that.
He's here. Why is it with you guys and Blade? She's perfectly conciliatory. He's very polite. He's asked exceptionally good questions. You guys seem to want to bully him for some reason.
No. He asks the same question all the time. He doesn't. He's not. I don't know. It's just something I'm not jiving with. But that's just me.
You don't like him being calm, cool, polite, humble. Those are bad things, are they?
And that's the same thing over and over again.
Just don't like the cut of his jib.
And if it's a passive aggressive veil for ulterior motives.
Yeah.
Right, if he's so nice, he must be plotting something.
It's the way he asked the question, and Adam held him to task on it yesterday, and I was glad.
I just think once he gets a handle of mathematics, what mathematics is used for, and explanations and descriptions, once he differentiates those two and figures explanations are concerning, hows and whys, and descriptions are the whats and the ises. And just because there's some math in quantum mechanics, that doesn't preclude or render null the actual experimentation of the hows and the whys. How about that?
But is the math even actually part of the science part of it? Or is it just trying to work out or describe what is being seen or whatever? Because as far as I'm concerned, math isn't even part of science at all.
Yeah, it's correct. That's correct. It's not. That's not part of the actual natural science, because remember, the experiment only deals with qualitative. Here you go, chocolate, not quantitative. You know, quantitative. You know how much there is of something.
Quantitative.
I thought you explained that very well, Kiwi.
3 T's, quantitative.
Yeah, that's why I messed that up trying to say it like that. That's retarded. It's quantitative.
No, it's quantitative.
Nah. Negative.
So is humble H. I mean, this is the right. Excuse me. This is the right time to start bringing stuff up.
I guess not today.
Is there anybody out there?
He's feeling defracted.
What's up, guys? One deck, did you say something? It broke up. Hello?
Don't tell me everything crashed again.
Hello.
I saw a UFO.
Oh, brother.
Are you sure it was an object or just a light in the sky?
Was it a balloon?
It was a
UFO is
UAP.
literally unidentified flying object. But is it really an object? How are we sure these days? Or is it a celestial phenomenon, in which case
It's a
you
UAP
can't
now.
prove it's actually an object?
Well, speaking of
That's a
celestial
UAP.
phenomena, the sun are falling off all over the earth for the last 20 years.
Right. So it could, instead of be a UFO, it could be a UFL. Or a
They can
UML.
say anything they want.
Unidentified moving
People will
light.
believe it.
Isn't the new hotness version of it UAP? Unidentified
Sounds like
aerial
Arwen
phenomena.
just said that. He said that light is not physical. So if it was a light, it wouldn't not be an object.
Light is
Light is
physical. We
not
went over this
physical.
yesterday on my show.
Sounds like Arwen didn't get it.
I disagree.
It's not an agree-disagree genre. It either is physical or it's not. So define physical.
But it's not material in that sense. If you're gonna go by like
tangible.
ontologics, then yeah, sure, it's physical, but it's not material. It's not compared to actual matter in any sort of way.
No, it's energy.
If I can't get it on Amazon, it's not real.
Right, but for me, material and physical are often intermixed. So I think, say like, oh, it's not physical to me often actually implies it's not material. But I guess
Right.
that there can be mix-ups with that.
Yeah, correct. So you got to define. There's got to be definition. That's why we define terms, right? Physical has definition, most assuredly. So physical and material are not the same.
Okay, good to know.
Unless you define material. What's material?
Stuff
Substance.
that has a
Stuff.
location.
Stuffs.
No, stuff, and it has a location, right? The location factor is really the anchor point of matter to me. If it has a location, then it can be matter. If it doesn't have a location, then it can't be matter.
I didn't ask you for your definition. I asked you for the definition.
I just Google it.
Did you?
Voice check.
Hey, humble.
Uh-oh.
We hear you, humble. Come in.
Oh, hello. Listen. Yesterday, I would like to apologize. I tried to earlier, particularly to Adam. He got me into discussion that, yes, I was ill prepared for, as I was saying. And I want to say thank you to Brian, both for suggesting today's show and for something he interjected into yesterday. I really appreciate it. I haven't done the homework yet on these two words that seem to have been a point of difficulty for me. But I still, I sometimes hear implications that I have a sort of agenda, true or false. That's what I think I'm hearing from certain people.
You don't need to worry about it. You'll be called to
Oh,
shell at
no,
some point.
no, I'd like to deal with it because even from the first day I came in here, because I was sort of hesitant to expose certain things, I want to try to be as very clear as I can with everyone. First of all,
By not being
when
clear.
Neil, I'm not sure why you and I seem to be off on a bad start. I think I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings in some way when we had the discussion about Christianity.
You see, this is what I'm talking about. You're beating around the bush and you're not getting to the point.
Neil, at least let him
Come on.
finish, Neil.
Neil's
Come on.
just impatient with your elaborate vernacular. You're talking, you're taking your time, and it agitates Neil. That's all.
That's not what it is, Arwen, and you know it.
How dare you, Neil?
No, that is what it is, and you know it, Neil.
I have never had any suspicions at all whatsoever. No, I have humbly. I have, but you know what? Suspicions are just suspicions. You know what I'm saying? Every day, you know, we come in with people suspicious of us because of the nature of the topic. But you know what? You stick around. You keep asking good. Well, you know, you stick around, and eventually, what you are will present itself. No one will have to speculate anymore.
Exactly.
Well, I will try to do something today to try and settle that point, because I like coming here, but I do have a reason for coming here, and I'm coming here again because of the way you folks approach science and the purity of it. I think I've been very clear about that. I'm also, I think, I want to be clear in that if I'm questioning QE about quantum mechanics and its relation to this discussion, I want him to be right. I don't want him to be wrong. I want QE to be right on a particular claim that I've heard him make. I want him to be right. So
This is what I'm talking about.
if I'm striving to find out whether he is right on this, the purpose is, and I'll tell you what the purpose is. I consider
Oh, I'm
myself
right.
a person who tries to help people to learn about God and the Bible. QE to me has a very clear stand on that. And as a part of the claim he makes, he relates something scientific to prove of the existence of God. And if anyone has any question about that, you can go under both Nathan's channel and his channel. You will find that video.
What?
I
Are you
don't
talking
think
about the
anyone.
ontological primitive?
No, he's not.
I'm
No.
talking about. I have asked QE on this platform clearly, have you scienced God? Now, I'm
Here we
not going
go
to put
again.
that out yet because
Oh my
no, but
God, you went over this.
Neil, go ahead, humble.
and what I feel, if this is really true, what QE is saying, and I can equip myself with this because one of the things that I experience in what I do is finding particularly young people who go to university and is completely turned off God and the Bible because of science. And I feel if I could find something like this, that to me can be fairly, with the way QE explains it, can help somebody like that to stave off the wrong and improper use of science in order to affect their faith and belief. I want something like that because it's a very powerful thing when you can use the correct science. The question is, though, when I started looking at it and hearing, particularly yesterday's show, I feel that there's still some questions around when mathematics is tied in with a scientific claim. And I feel that on this platform, that has been questioned. I think I have made no bones about the fact that I feel that 10th Man has made a video that puts a question mark in that marriage of mathematics in the natural scientific process.
There isn't any.
Yeah,
There
you
is
have
no
that mixed up.
And that,
Humble.
and that was
Yeah,
explained to you
okay,
too.
can I address him because I talked to him like what is it, a few months ago in Discord for a very long time. Was able to completely explain it to you how wave function has nothing to do with the actual experiment itself. It's merely the phenomenon that is described as a wave function. It's a secondary element. It's not actually within the hypothesis itself. Mathematics never is in a scientific hypothesis, right? It's not part of it.
Very much.
A phenomenon can be described mathematically or given a name that is named after a pattern that is derived from mathematics, but that doesn't make it mathematics. I hoped you got it that time.
Oh no!
Took like an
please.
hour.
When I hear things like that, I then go on and check it out, right? Now, so here's a question that I have, and I don't know. So would you say, is the wave function a mathematical object?
No.
No.
When
And
you
it's not the
described
phenomenon.
phenomena of it, no.
Again, the wave function is not the phenomenon. Wave function collapse. It's the collapse of something.
Hold on, let me just
That is the
one sec,
phenomenon.
Owen. So earlier I used this very dumbed down example, okay, Brian? So you've got Brian, humble. You've got a torch, and you're going to just forget about double slits. We're just going to talk about diffraction. That's light having interference, okay? If I shine a light through a keyhole, would you appreciate and understand that the expected behavior is that the light on the other side of the keyhole is just behind the keyhole? Would you agree that that's the expected behavior?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes.
So what we're going to do now is we're going to shine light through a keyhole, and instead of it going through the keyhole and coming out the other side behind the keyhole, it flies off to the left, flies off to the right, and creates this crazy looking pattern on the wall. Do you appreciate that there's no maths required for me to say that there's a crazy pattern on the wall, and that's not the expected behavior?
Right, yes.
Right, that's your phenomena. No maths involved.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. At that point, I'm with you. Okay? Now, QE is right here. He can help us here. At what point then does wave function come in to the scientific process?
Doesn't. Just used to describe it.
Thank you. So then, if I use that in a sentence to describe something that is in the scientific process, is that a fair use of, is that a sentence that would qualify as a scientific sentence?
Yeah, but the terminology that's used in this case to describe what I call crazy pattern is more accurately described mathematically as what it is described with maths as, which is a wave function, a distribution based on probability of where it might occur next, if you were to know. Well, that term is very specific, and in science, when you come to actually describe what you're dealing with, you have to be hyper-specific. So in terms of the cause and effect reasoning behind the double slit experiment, you've got knowledge of the which path collapses the wave function. Well, the collapse of the wave function is to say that it goes from the not expected interference behavior, crazy pattern on the wall, to behaving exactly as you expect it to, like just appearing behind the keyhole. But that's the cause and effect reasoning with an explanation for it. Knowledge of which path the light went through altered the interference to no longer be interference anymore, if you want to dumb it down one step.
Okay, does math have any causal influence?
No.
Okay, so just stay with me then. The term wave function comes out of the math. Math has no causal influence. How can we then go back to the term wave function and attach a causal influence to it?
You don't have to call it wave function. I called it crazy pattern on wall. I can describe it as not the expected behavior. I don't even have to call it a crazy pattern. The light's just not behaving as you expected to. When I say it went through the keyhole and went off to the left, or went off to the right, or went into the middle, or went in off in all different which ways. What's that behavior? I mean, I'm going to call that interference. I was expecting it to just come out and be behind the keyhole. Expected behavior. But instead I experienced this phenomena of interference. The light seemed to have interference in it. Yeah? Something was interfering with the light. Now, I don't know what caused that, right? So that's your phenomena. But you don't have to call it wave function. It doesn't matter that it's described in maths as probability distribution. That makes no odds to the outcome, cause, the effect, the phenomena. It doesn't make any difference to any of it. It's just an accurate use of words to describe what you're studying. That's all it is.
But you can't use the term crazy pattern and move on in science.
No, so you use what you use if you're describing anything ever, Humble, you will use language to describe it. Now in this case, where a piece of light falls in a given probability, well, that you'll use the language of maths to describe. And in maths, that's called a probability distribution, aka a wave function. So to describe it accurately with language, we're going to use maths. Does that mean there's any causal influence? Or that suddenly I can't ascribe cause and effect reasoning to something merely because I've described it with the language of maths? No. It's just description.
So let's take the same reasoning when it comes to space-time. I'm sorry?
You got to address something that you said earlier. That you said you can't attribute cause to the wave function. You said it in a way as if it's being presented in any way, shape, or form, as if it is part of the causation string, when it isn't. It never was posited to be so, ever, in any serious way, except maybe a retarded drunk person you encounter sometime at the bar.
Okay, but you have to have something for it to collapse. Can you and I agree on that?
No. Because
Holy
you're asking
shit,
us within the
man.
confines of the description of maths, right? And if we don't have any maths language, right? So you and I are trying to communicate, and we all know what's going to happen, so I don't have to physically rig this up. But we're two apes with very limited language. But one of the things we can communicate with grunts is, why'd that happen? And that is communicated by way of, oh, right? So all I'm asking is why did that happen? That's the only question we are communicating between one another. And what happens in the scenario? I shine a light through a keyhole and there's interference. Now I've done that with English. Does it mean we can't call it a phenomena because I've described it with a language? No. But I haven't got to the maths. All I've done is looked at it happen and go, oh, that means why did that happen? Right? But there's no maths in it. It's just why did that happen?
Okay, let's use the wave function. Let's use the wave function. Hold on, I got this. Hold on.
Oh, AI was trying to get in first. Hold on, Kiwi. Go on, AI.
First, way fucking first. So let's use wave function collapse. We're going to substitute wave function collapse as 3 grunts.
Okay.
And we're going to describe wave function as 1 grunt.
Okay.
How about that?
Perfect. Do you understand now that it doesn't matter how accurate we are with the description, but within the remit of science, if you're doing it properly, you still do have to have very hyper-specific descriptions for what you're studying so that we are clear about what we're studying. So when my grunt comes out, what's that? When we're looking at light going through a keyhole and an interference pattern, right? That's not going to suffice when it comes to actual science. You do actually have to describe it so that there's no confusion that you're studying something that you're not actually studying. Because that might look very similar to, I don't know, light shining under the bottom of the door and reflecting off a mirror or various other different phenomena that you might be able to encounter in nature. So you've got to be hyper-specific about what you're studying.
No, the wave function is, I'm sorry, I'm gonna throw a curveball.
Here it
Forget
comes.
what I just said before, as you were. The wave function is 3 grunts. And wave function collapse is 1 grunt. So what we're trying to figure out is why does the 3 grunts go to 1 grunt?
Exactly.
But the maths doesn't matter. The 3 grunts don't matter. Follow?
Right, but by the time you get to the collapse, you then attach the reason for that collapse to be what?
Knowledge of which path the light went through.
Okay, and then you've connected it to what?
Why the light no longer had an interference pattern, the cause of the effect.
No, QE in this case. Then you've connected it to what, QE?
Connected what to what?
The knowledge.
Actually, it's information existing, but that will just complicate matters. Let's stick with the knowledge. Okay. The knowledge does...
No. Sorry. You've attached that to something. That is very important to me.
No, it was acquired. It wasn't attached. It was acquired through the experimental process.
I understand that. I'm asking QE now the step he went after that. Please.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I can do that.
Okay,
I know
at
what you
this
want. You want me
point,
to? I'll give it
at
him.
this
Hold on,
point,
everyone, shut
at-
up. I can give you that. Right, you're saying, how do you connect that to God? Okay, no worries. We're talking about information. In this case, the knowledge, the information in regards to which path the light went through. Okay, what's information? And how does one have it? I'm asking, Humble, it's not rhetorical.
Oh, you're asking. It's not
Yeah,
rhetorical.
for that
That's
to,
a no.
Yes.
to have that as the cause, knowledge of which path the information went through, which path the light travelled through, traversed which slit. Yeah, you've got to acquire
Yes.
the information in that regard. Do you
Right.
understand that?
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
So
yes.
what are the prerequisite things that must be in place to have information?
I would say consciousness,
So a knower.
a knower. Better use.
That's what I said.
Okay. So we've got a scenario where, in order to have this positive piece of information in front of you, as expected, as we experience, light behaving exactly as we see it, yeah? For that to solidify, actualize into the two bars, the expected behavior like we experience all the time, you had to have a knowledge which requires a knower in order to have it. So when you rewind the clock, so to speak, to the beginning, what comes first? The first thing you must have to have the knowledge in the first place is a knower. That's the starting point. You can't have the knowledge without the knower. So that's the starting point. That's it.
Said that 3 times. That's
Thank
okay.
you. And I honestly, I'm not trying to frustrate anybody by going through. I acknowledge all of that to that point, right? I do. I'm just saying to get us to here is in this whole question about this formula that is described something in this process is a mathematical equation.
Oh,
And
brother.
this mathematical
You're
I'm
you're
sorry.
a broken record, buddy.
There's no equation.
You're
What are you
Oh
talking
no,
about?
but
Give me the equation for the double slit. What's the equation?
it's a wave function, the Schrodinger's equation.
That's not the equation for the double slit experiment. There is
For
no
the
equation.
So we're discussing quantum physics here.
Yeah, and in the quantum physics that we're discussing, there's no formula. There's a cause and effect reasoning laid down that's validated through the experiment.
But this is why I'd like to stay in the discussion with QE, because QE, I'm talking about
At this stage,
has,
the discussion
and I'm not sure why I'm not having a talk with QE on this, because yesterday someone came into this discussion and I was talking to QE. It's his video that I'm discussing. We can leave him alone. He is good at this stuff. He is very good. I've heard the term used, white knighting. I don't think you need to, anybody needs to defend, come between QE and myself. I'm speaking to QE.
Yeah, you just got done saying all that. Did you understand what Nathan said? Give us the equation for information.
Please.
No,
I'm
give us
trying to
the
keep this
equation
as
for
simple.
the cause of the lack of interference pattern is information. Now, give me the equation. Stop over talking me. Shut up and listen. Give me the equation for information.
I don't have an equation for information.
It's because there isn't one.
Aim,
You?
set, match.
That's it. So there's no maths involved. It's not mathematically orientated when you establish the cause. That's information for the effect. That's it. That's all you needed.
Okay.
There's no maths. There's no equation. There's just a cause and effect supposition validated by science. That's it.
I'm okay. Please, okay. I'm not sure why I'm not being followed here. Before we even get to that place, we are skipping over Schrodinger's equation, true or false.
Schrodinger's got nothing to do with this. It's not an experiment. It's a thought experiment.
Ask QE that. Please stop and ask QE that question if Schrodinger has anything to do with this.
QE and Schrodinger have
Does
anything to do with
Schrodinger
this?
have anything to do with this discussion, QE?
Nope.
Sorry, that's not Q. Doesn't sound like QE to me. Does Schrodinger have anything to do with this discussion, QE?
Nope.
Hello?
Was that QE?
We went to get something to eat.
I'm sorry, but it's easy to understand why QE is being silent because this entire time that we went over all of the information that you're saying you understood up until this point, well, why is Schrodinger sequitur to everything that you've heard? Because if he's not, then the error is with you.
Schrodinger, please understand this. Quantum physics does not really exist without Schrodinger's equation.
What?
Why?
So what?
Why?
We don't know that.
Hold on, guys. I think AI is trying to get hold on. AI is trying to get a word in, but because you're all talking, it's cutting his connection down because he's getting you talking. Go ahead, AI.
This is all just a misunderstanding of language, Mr. Humble.
We can't hear you.
You clearly have a problem with English language and understanding connotative.
You're too garbled. You're roboting. We can't hear what you're saying. I'm sorry.
I'll read.
We can't hear what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Stephen Hawking's not I, eh?
We can't hear what he's saying. It's too garbled.
I think you were given an answer to this last night, Humble.
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
So Schrodinger has nothing to do with.
Can you all stop talking? Right, just because he wants to ask the same question, I totally relate. Go ahead, Humble.
I would like to hear QE say Schrodinger has nothing to do with quantum mechanics.
This seems to be nearer the mark, H, what you're wanting. Instead of describing what you think, making a point, you want somebody else to say something. Why? We went through this last night.
Because I'm a student in a class.
Why do you want QE to say something?
I am a student in a class. QE is the professor.
Why? Why are you sucking ass
I'm
like
not
that?
sure
What's the point of all this?
Okay, stop for a minute. Stop for a minute.
No, stop. This is what this is
Brian,
about you.
God.
You want
right,
to know?
Neil,
This right
Owen,
here.
you're not helping, right, at all.
Can I ask Adam something?
Yeah. Hopefully no one will interrupt you.
At one point previously in a discussion, you described or asked me whether QE was my guru. True or false?
You're doing it again, aren't you? Make a point,
I'm asking you.
Adam, a while back, you said QE was a thing, yeah? Why are you dragging everything out? It's like, it's painful. Just make your point.
I'm asking you.
No, Brian, hold on.
Adam's
Adam's trying to coax him. Hold on, Humble. Right. Adam trying to coax the point out of him, right? He's trying to get someone to say something so he can presumably lead off with it. But I think what Adam's trying to get across to you, and from what I'm picking up, he tried to get across to you yesterday, is don't lean on QE to affirm whatever it is your point is. Just make your point rather than leaning on QE to affirm one part of it. Just make the statement. If it's wrong, that's fine. If it's a great point, we'll never get there if you're just always going to lean on QE to give you an affirmation in between. He's not playing ball, clearly.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. If that's really because if he's not playing ball, then this is probably where I have to cut out. Thanks. I thought we were here to play ball.
Why?
But if not,
You stay right here.
Okay, I'll try that again for
Humble.
Neil, Brian,
Hang on.
and Eli, and Arwin. Yeah. Okay. No, we're not asking you to duck out, though, Humble. We're saying, did you have a point that you were going? If QE had have said yes, no, or I don't know, where would you have gone afterwards?
Okay, I'm going to give you a little bit of background.
No.
It could,
Whoever that was,
Sorry,
not helping.
My summation is that you're an undercover Easterite.
Arwin, right, you barking, that's not the point. Neil interjecting, we did this yesterday. This colour commentary, I'm sick of it. It's 3 times I've asked you to stop it. If you've got something to actually interject, fine. But the colour commentary I can do without. Go ahead, Humble. AI, my bad.
Listen,
hold on, Humble. Hold on.
being...
Sorry, my bad. AI. Go ahead.
I kind of forgot what I was going to say, but there is a valid point, Humble, that you're kind of tedious to talk to because you literally told a point, and then 5 seconds later, it's like you forgot it. So I've decided to forgive you that you just have memory issues, and so now we can get along.
Okay.
Can I make a
I'm
point?
an
Can I make a
old
point?
man.
Humble?
I do want to get an answer from him. I've asked
Humble.
him. Hold on. Adam's tried. I've tried. Right? We're trying to say to Humble, regardless of what QE doesn't say, because he's either walked away, stepped away, on mute, got a computer problem. Who cares? But if it's literally only solely dependent on his answer, then do you not have a point to go along with it? Can you not make the point without QE's interjection? Can you just make the point anyway? I don't know how many other ways I can say what Adam's trying to say.
Okay, let me tell you. Okay, I'll try and explain. I listen to QE a lot. He has videos also on a channel called Cathexis. On one of this particular video that he made connecting quantum mechanics to actually a miracle taking place in a lab, right? There is a gentleman whose picture Cathexis has put up on that video. That gentleman's name is Tom Campbell. He is a Canadian man. I tracked down, I'm saying, why is this guy's picture on this video? Tom Campbell is basically a guru. And his whole basis is how quantum mechanics, quantum physics is used, the double slit. He does his own double slit experiments. He can go through this stuff and have explanations for it. I've listened to this. What I am afraid of is what I see happening. That when the science starts including mathematics that then describes a phenomenon that is then connected to miracles and the realization of God in a lab, basically, because if you listen to QE's videos, he's telling you that there are, and I don't know if you guys appreciate who QE is and what he is, and the depths of. He's saying that atheistic men go into a laboratory and they leave because of what they see happening in that laboratory. They leave, but they don't go to Christianity. They go to Eastern philosophical religions. And so this is why I was asking, and please don't get this name wrong, Brian, why he's associating my interest in QE with him being my guru. Does it make sense what I'm saying? Does anybody follow?
Yes, I
think I'm
follow
mixing
you
you up with someone else.
excruciatingly, painfully clear. Okay, what you just described is exactly what we started out with in the pre-show. The natural
Yep.
extent of these philosophies, where they go based on your interpretation of the evidence, whether you believe in a subjective or objective reality. And you obviously have a religious intent on this entire discussion, and that's fair. Most people do if they are religious. You know, use religious endeavors in almost everything they do, right? It's hard to divorce yourself from your, held beliefs. And so, like, when you go in as an atheist and you see these things and you have a held belief that you don't want an objective God, but you're proven that materialism is false and the fundamental unit of reality is conscious sentient agents, well, then you have to go out with some kind of Eastern mumbo jumbo. Otherwise, you'd have to give in to an objective universe with an objective grounding of a singular objective mind, which they hate, which is where we got heliocentrism a long time ago, where they said, no, we can't be special. We can't allow God's foot in the door, et cetera, et cetera.
And please understand.
I'm still waiting, man.
Hold on. Yes, we'll get through the order of the people in G+. Can you just pop yourself on mute for a second, AI, though? So we don't have, thank you. Right, we're going to start with Adam, because it was his point that he's hopefully got elongated, though it was the answer from Humble 4, if he's still around. So we'll go to Adam first, if he's still there.
No second. I've literally just heard my name, but what was the question?
In the pre-show, okay, well, AI just summarised it, so I'm just going to have to repeat what he just said. In the pre-show, we were talking about how you can take a realisation of the knower that is at the start of the process, and rather than accepting it, you can say, well, I'm going to look for an alternative. Sod that, because you just don't like it. And then you have this mumbo-jumbo spin-off that Humble is saying in one of the Cathexis videos. There was a picture of a guy who spun the quantum mechanics stuff off into mumbo-jumbo. Therefore, there's a danger that when you incorporate maths, people can take it and spin it into different directions. Well, yeah, that was the main point of today's show, though, even though I didn't know that was where it would end up. We're looking at somebody who's taking quantum mechanics, misinterpreting it and putting their own spin on it, and then saying how it doesn't work, but how what they have in their, whatever you called Eastern mumbo-jumbo, does work. And here's how it works within the confines of the scientifically validated and useful for technology quantum mechanics that I've said doesn't work. So yeah, people will and have and do always take whatever it is that's debunking them and try and shoehorn in their Eastern nonsense into it. That's just how the world works.
Or Western. Yeah.
Western.
Yeah. Well, it's the same crap in it, but it's whether it's ether, whether it's Vedic spirit, whatever you're trying to do, you're outstretching what the statements you can make. And quantum mechanics is really funny because even the basics doesn't really explain anything. It just tells you how important you are as the observer. That however this realm is created, that you are integral to it. You're not just a piece of nothingness. That your knowledge is crucial.
Okay, so here, if I can ask this
just one more thing,
question,
Humble, just before you respond.
Oh, yeah.
The thing to take away from it is that knowledge, ergo a knower, to begin with, that's God, by the way, for you. If you're looking for that affirmation, that's where it lies, right? That has direct causal influence over the physicality of where we inhabit. That's profound.
Yep. It's more profound than the realization of flat Earth. Flat Earth teaches you one thing. When you look at that, well, when they say, science at the beginning you're an atheist, but at the bottom of the cup God's waiting for you. These are the bits of God waiting for you. That if you've bothered to put the effort in, you realise how profound that experiment is. Yeah, the reality, the fundamental reality is that it's you. Through God's creation, that initial, God's got to make that information for it to make sense. Then you need a knower for it. And the way everything's set up is against the heliocentric model to suggest you're just a random bit of crap that has no relevance. You are fundamental, as demonstrated, to how even light behaves based on your knowledge of it. It's amazing.
Can I say something to Humble next?
I'm listening.
Humble. You know the way when people who believe in it's a globe believe in a globe. When you if you prove to them that 15 miles of ocean is flat, right? You just absolutely prove it to them. And they start saying to themselves, well, maybe I'm trying to tell you, maybe it's only locally flat, right? Which can't exist on a ball. You can't have a local flat area on a curve, on a ball, on a circle, because it doesn't work. It's not a circle then, and it's not flat, it's not anything. Point is, if people go into a lab who are atheists and they see something that shocks them, then what they do after that and what direction they take is not your responsibility. The point is that they're not atheists anymore. They're trying to find out how this thing they've seen amalgamates with what they want it to be or need it to be. And they might never get to the point of accepting it for what it is. You can't do anything about that. So if you're worried about giving someone this information and that person then going off at a tangent that you can't control, there's nothing you can do about that. If you're worried about it, don't hand out the information. Don't point people in that direction. You can't control how someone will behave after they are given a piece of information. Finished.
Please.
Yeah.
That thank you, Brian. That was very well expressed. I get it totally, and I appreciate that sentiment. And again, not to be tiresome to some people, but yeah, this is what I find is more important than the realm in which we live, is the person who created it. And thanks very much. Again, I don't want to be tiresome. And
there's one more loose end.
I think
Hold on, there's
Eli
one more
has
loose
something
end.
to say to you.
So if you're watching this in the Uncut and After show, or if you're a member, type 1 in the chat for if you do now think that Humble's a shill, or 2 if you've had your concerns alleviated.
Oh, it's terrible, Lee. I never said he was a shill.
Eli has something to say. Eli has something to say to Humble.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. And thank you for what you said. I just there's the point or the question that Adam was putting to you, and he made the statement that it seems that you're just trying to what the mark, pin the thing on the mark or something like that, like, and I'm saying that because you're asking, or you wanted very badly for QE to answer a question because somewhere along the line you've accepted somewhere that Schrodinger has his equations have everything to do with quantum mechanics. That's what you said. I heard you say that, right?
yes, I did. I don't think
Okay.
today, unless I got
Okay.
something
So
wrong, how
moving
anyone
from that
could make a
point,
separation.
moving from that point, because we already understand what you understand, right? So I Googled it. What does Schrodinger have to do with quantum mechanics? Well, looky here. In 1925, Austrian physicist Erwin Schrödinger introduced an equation that contributed greatly to quantum mechanics. You know what that means? It precedes already
Go
what
ahead.
was established.
That's right.
It
I'm
precedes what
sorry.
was already established. So your statement or your belief that Schrödinger has everything to do with it is wrong because it preceded him.
Right. Listen, and maybe I'm unclear on my expression of this. I know and I believe these experiments, what went on in the lab. What happens after that for it to be functional, to be used? And this is why Schrodinger came in. The history of this thing is
No.
they did not. Sorry.
No. Then we get computing. Then we get useful technology that follows it. the philosophers
Thank you.
is irrelevant. The useful technology, I'll take that over Schrodinger.
But
Re-
but
re-
the
remember,
mathematics that he introduced is the important thing. The equation that he produced, that's the thing
well,
that is now
What was it he
taken
introduced
that
and
there? It
that's
was a
nice.
description, right? What is
okay,
that
but
equation? It's a way of describing it, isn't it? So he's not provided any great enlightenment, any nuance on it. He's provided you a tool to describe the distribution pattern. That's it.
I'm not
A
sure why this
mathematical
is so
way to
difficult.
describe
Okay,
something that you've already seen and you've already witnessed and you've already observed. You're aware of it already. You've got a methodology now to describe it in maths.
okay, now you're gonna now use quantum physics has brought us certain things that we can practically use every day, right?
No, I'm bringing
That
you back to, you just said Schrodinger and what Eli's pointed out to you that it was pre-existent already. I'm showing you that what he brought to the table wasn't any new form of enlightenment. It was a novel way, a mathematical way of describing something. That's all he did. Yeah,
But
so he's done
please,
that. So
we did this
which bit
yesterday.
of
I
it
just would
now?
like to finish
So
the point. What I'm saying to you. Just
well, this is the
please, just
second
let
point.
me
We're still
finish
dealing with
it.
the first point that you just ignored what we've said and gone on to make this second point. But let's just deal with the Schrodinger, which is last night and today was very important here. You see that all he's done is give you a methodology to describe, yeah?
Yes.
Fantastic.
What
And
is
you
that
now know, because of
methodology?
yesterday,
No,
the
please.
difference
No,
between...
please.
No, this is
Hold on.
important.
Humble.
You know the
Hold on,
difference
Adam.
between
Hold on.
describe...
It's happened 3 times. I've got to stop and do something about it. So, with Eli and now with Adam, often people are just looking for your affirmation that you understand rather than an expansion on your understanding. Adam's got a further point to make. Please, just play along when someone says, you understand, right? Just say yes, and then we can move on swiftly. Go ahead, Adam.
Right. So, as with last night, and this was the important, you recognise the fundamental difference, certainly in terms of if you're going to say somebody's integral to a field of research, that if he's just giving you a methodology to describe something, that's very different to providing an explanation for something. And based on last night, you now know the difference between describe and explain, and which is more profound, which would make him have some intrinsic link to his explanations of quantum mechanics, yeah, could make him intrinsically linked to it, couldn't he? But because he's got a way of describing something that is within quantum mechanics, it's just a nice description and doesn't deserve that many plaudits, does he? Does that make sense, H?
Can I just say this to you?
Well, yes or no would have been fine, and then
It would have been great if you just said yes.
Way.
If you just said yes first, yes, I understand how it's just describing something that's been established with cause and effect reasoning. It's just helping you understand the description of it.
Yes.
So you understand that?
This is, yes, I accept
Right,
that.
so now ask your question, because that's how polite conversations go. We recognise the fact that the other person was talking to us and ended with a point that you need to reaffirm or reject. So you've said yes, so now go with your question.
I'm sorry, but I was going to pick up with your point to try and help you to understand where I'm going. Yes, he provided this thing that describes. And when I asked you what is that thing, I would expect that you would say an equation. Now, please, I would not insult you by trying to tell you about the history of equations. When men like this make these equations, they build on equations that came before them, right? They will look at what Einstein did.
Correct, please. No, can I please address this? Humble. Within that experiment, people don't say that that the maths, right, that you're talking about, the mathematical equation you're talking about, nobody says that that proved the existence of the creator. That is not the proof of the existence of the creator. It's the cause, the natural cause and natural effect that proves the existence of the creator. What Schrodinger did, right, based off of something before him, but what he did is he found a way mathematically of being able to describe it to other people who understand maths. And that's what he did. It was a way, it was like a tool to help people to understand it. It's a that's what he used maths as. What it is a tool to help people to understand it. The maths have nothing to do with the cause and effect.
Right.
Nothing.
So occasionally
I
Humble.
acknowledge that.
Perfect.
I acknowledge that.
So occasionally Humble, we go through the example of somebody explaining the mathematics of how much acid you need to make water boil. And if you don't have the cause and effect reasoning first, the maths is meaningless. Well, in the same vein, if you haven't got the establishment of cause and effect reasoning for Schrodinger to get into describing it with maths, his maths would be meaningless. Make sense?
I acknowledge that. Yes. Nathan, let me ask you something then. I remember you having a discussion with a guy, and after he made a statement regarding using code to make a point, and you cautioned him because code could be debunked by changing the code. And your caution was a very good one. Do you recall that discussion?
I didn't know the word
Or does it
code.
make
Did you
sense?
say code or coal? What did you say?
CODE, code.
Changing code. You have to be more specific. I don't remember now.
Oh, okay. Well, I made a point to write that down because working with computers, they make codes, right? And he was making a comparison with that in this discussion, and so using the code to verify the use of a code. But if you don't recall it, then my point has been lost. Then
I'm sorry,
but
I can't.
what I'm saying is, yeah, that's okay. What I'm saying though is the experiment has done. Something weird took place. I completely get that. Now, for these men of science to move on away from that, right? They need something to describe what they saw went on. They don't use language like that we use. They use this mathematical language. He goes, and the reason he came up with this language to describe this phenomena is because there was still this fight in science about whether they were dealing with a wave or just, something else. I can't think of the other word. But so he was positing that, oh, wait a minute, this is wave-like activity that we're seeing even with the single photons. And he was told, you cannot have this. You can't say you have a wave without a wave function formula. Okay, so this is where the mathematics came in.
Holy
He went
crap, dude.
away. Sorry?
Where's your citation for that?
No, but I get what he's saying. He's describing some person that's gone on a path of convolution when you've got an experiment that basically defies their understanding of how light behaves. So then they go on this path of trying to explain within the confines of quantum mechanics how they can still have a light traversing a medium as a wave. Like, no. All of that crap is fundamentally undone by quantum mechanics. Don't have to like it. Well, they don't, do they? So they go off on some woo-woo trip trying to find a solution to the problem. It's not a problem. It just means your nonsense doesn't work anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, but fair, but to try to retroactively engineer that the wave function is an attempt to describe a physical wave. I mean, unless you got a specific citation for that, that's just a bologna sandwich.
Yeah, it's just wrong
on its face.
But I do get how people would try to do that, and Sabine did it today. So no, I get it. And yes, citation, but Sabine also. But people do that. But numpties are who you're referring to, and you don't need to work outside of anything beyond the experiment when it comes to the implications of the experiment, and you're specifically asking about God. Well, we've gone through that. The implications are you have a physical influence on your reality, and you and your knowledge, more specifically, have a starting point with a knower. Therefore, when you get to the ontological primitives, what came first? Nature creating itself, first law of thermodynamics violation, or an external force creating it? Well, you had to start with the external knower to have the starting point of knowledge to start making things exist. So there is a God. That's the only conclusion. But that comes off the back of the understanding that you get from the quantum eraser and the double slit experiment.
And whether that knowledge is able to be attained or not is what either causes or does not cause the collapse. It has nothing to do with mathematics, which is the description that comes after that.
Exactly.
If I could show you some of the reading that I've done on this, like I'm telling you, but I didn't have to do this. QE already told me that he uses certain terms like you're off the reservation here with this stuff. And I can understand that but with this, specifically with this development of the Schrödinger equation, the history tells us that physicists began to delve into this subatomic realm. They realized that it wasn't merely different from anything we know, but different from anything ever imagined. Because atomic behavior is so unlike ordinary experience, Richard Feynman once observed it is very difficult to get used to and to appear peculiar and mysterious to everyone, both to the novice and to the experienced physicist. When Feynman made that comment, physicists had had half a century to adjust to the strangeness of atomic behavior. So think how it must have felt to Rutherford, which this guy was another brilliant guy, and his colleagues in the early 1910s when this was all brand new. Now, it says again, if you try to explain quantum physics to anybody, and here's another paragraph I like, if it seems confusing to you, you may take some comfort in knowing that it was confusing to physicists too. Overbay noted, Born, again, was mentioned in our discussion yesterday. He once commented that a person who wasn't outraged on the first hearing about quantum theory didn't understand what had been said. Heisenberg, when asked how one could envision an atom, replied, "Don't try." So, the strangeness, I can deal with strangeness. I read about these men, the strangeness. Now, from there,
No.
find-
Sabine said there was something strange, and we all, listening to the video in full context, said, no, there isn't anything strange. There's just a phenomenon. Like, why are you on the path that Sabine is on when the whole point of today's live stream was to talk about how she's off the reservation, right?
Okay, please, if you're saying to me,
please tell me what you mean by I can accept that this craziness is happening. please you elaborate.
So you would like me to comment on the results of the experiment and how I feel about it?
No, I think what Eli's saying is that the people trapped in a worldview that's been defied by quantum mechanics are being described in your articles as struggling to cope with it. And we'd go, yeah, I mean, that's why we've got a show now, 100 years later. The consequences are still having to be felt by the people who still adhere to those old rhetorics that don't work anymore. Well, you're going through some of the people and those specific people. Like you don't have to like this if you're claimed to be physicist and suddenly your worldview is in tatters because of quantum mechanics. It just is what it is. But maybe that's why we're here now, because 100 years later, what's the end result of that? Well, we've got a situation where quantum mechanics undoes lots of heliocentric faith. So there's going to be lots of people in cognitive dissonance talking about how they square those circles. But that doesn't mean that you take any more or less from the experimental data. It is what it is.
And I'm accepting of the experimental data. And boy, I'm trying to get over this point that I listen to discussions in this forum, in Flat Earth Debate. And again, when I listen, I try and take away a fairly good understanding. I listen to it over and over. I have also looked at people who are also on the platform and what they provide to enhance that experience that I get every day. Nathan, I wish your show I could get it right after it happens. I even mentioned to someone today, maybe I have to buy a membership so that I can do that. Kiwi's show yesterday, I was able to go right back to it and listen to it over and over again. And I'm just really baffled that when I'm trying to make this point about mathematics and its insertion into something that is accepted as a scientific experiment, and then that explanation that comes out of the mathematics takes us off into places where it's obviously being used. Like when somebody says to me that you as a person can influence what's happening in that studio or in that lab, my mind can influence that. I can't call a guy who believes in, and this is your one of your favorites, Nathan, chi. I can't now question that guy about chi anymore because that's what he does. That's what he does. And if we in this forum is saying that if somebody, some consciousness, some mind in a lab can influence some material thing to change its behavior, I can't argue with that guy about chi.
Well, don't you believe that Jesus was able to do some of these miracles in the scriptures? I mean, what's the big deal? Like you do believe it or
we've
you
now
don't?
moved. Okay, so we have now moved in flat Earth debate in believing
No, Eli
in chi.
has posited, not we have moved. Eli has posited that if you, Humble H, are a believer of the scripture, as I believe you said, then if someone says that they can, like, move material with their awareness, whatever awareness is, right? Consciousness is. What is? I mean, it seems like that's some of the things that Jesus might have done.
Oh no!
And I'm
like
wondering,
I have
like,
no.
what's the like?
Please.
If someone says, "Well, I'm focused on my energy, my chi, my this, my that," Why would you have to reject that? Why would you have to believe it
So,
or
so,
not believe it? Either true or it's not. Either he's a BSer or he's not. But that only comes if he can demonstrate something or not, right? Like, why is this a whole philosophical problem for you?
I can't believe that you're on this platform and you don't get this. Do I have to tell you how Nathan Oakley speaks about chi?
Chi? Do I talk about chi? I don't remember ever talking about chi. What the hell?
Nathan,
Make a
I
distinguishment
know.
between chi and ether. Yeah, if that's what you're
No,
trying to do there, H, that's again very confusing. I've never ever heard Nathan talk about his training that he received in China and Japan and his mastery of chi. But we have discussed the
sorry.
nonsensical concept of ether, which is something we can't see, touch, or experience, but use to explain. Very different things.
Wait a minute. Have I moved into another universe here? Please,
No, you
Mr.
just stuck a
Oakley.
straw man out there, dude, and had
If
to be
you
challenged.
think
Mr.
we've spoken
Oakley.
about chi on here, then maybe, because I don't remember Nathan
Mr.
talking about chi.
Oakley.
I've been here a
How do you
while.
Mr.
think? How does
Oakley.
chocolate fire Dragon Balls
Mis-
without chi? Seriously,
Mr.
real.
Mr. Oakley. Nobody else, please. Mr. Oakley. I've never heard you reference the word chi at all.
I might have said the word chi a few times, but it's not exactly something we discuss as a
No,
worldview that
please.
we hold.
Have you had a discussion? Oh, what is his name? This guy who came in with ether. Have you equated ether to chi?
What? Maybe. I can't remember. Maybe.
No, we haven't. I just
You're
made any
blowing.
distinguishment that the panel might have dealt with there, quite in a very flippant way, but hopefully sufficient for H to recognise that we've never made any claims with regards to chi. People in the past
No.
made claim
Well,
that chi is
Adam.
as a synonym of ether, but as I hopefully showed you, when we've discussed ether, that's to do with physics, yeah, and the claim that the Ethereans use to hold things together, be it like dielectrics or whatever. But never have we used talk about internal energy systems, your chakras, or anything like that, because it's got sod all to do with flat Earth.
Said it sarcastically.
I may have
What
brought up
Oh,
it
hold
in
on.
the
There's
past,
a
but
slight disclaimer. Hold on. I interviewed Paul Michael Bales, who talked quite extensively about the Kundalini once. I did.
Please. Okay, let me just ask you this question, please. Like, this is blowing my mind because I've been listening here and obviously going off with like weird ideas. So Nathan, you have, do you have any concept of what I mean when I use this word chi?
I know what chi is.
You know what chi is.
Yep.
And you've never used it to criticize, oh, I wish this guy's name. This guy was basically driven out
Austin.
on a rail. Sorry? His name,
Austin
he's the
Whitsitt.
guy who came from over at.
Oh my goodness, Whitsitt gets it.
Whitsitt, thank you.
I said that.
Please,
Humble. It's a good thing that the flat Earth movement isn't reliant on you because it would be going at a snail's pace.
Why would you say that to me? Why would you say that to me? Why would you say that to me? Please explain.
because you were still trying to figure out who you were talking about when already 3 people had said it. That's why.
I'm sorry. Sometimes I'm an old man, and yes, sometimes things just slip my mind. I'm sorry. Do I have to apologize for that? Perhaps you'd
No, I
like
think
me
you
to.
should
But
recognise though that God gave you 2 ears, yeah, and 1 mouth. So you should, and this is the trouble, mate. You don't do enough listening. This is the criticism yesterday. Yeah, focus on how many ears you've got, how many mouths you've got, and let that ratio work for you. Because this is the frustration we're having. What you've just heard there. I interjected 3 times. Somebody else said it. You're not listening to people, and that's the big criticism from yesterday, dude. Or even if you do listen, you don't recognise the points that have been put to you. So it's very hard to then continue the conversation because we've got no idea whether what we've just said was recognised, agreed with. Yeah, you're a very difficult chap to talk to.
Wow.
It sounds
That's
humble.
Right.
It sounds humble. Humble.
Yeah, it
It
is
sounds.
humble.
It sounds to me like you're wanting something to come into this experiment, and you need it in your own mind for something, and it's not there.
Gentlemen, with all due respect, if I have made a false accusation, I would destroy it right now. I thought in listening to this show, I heard this particular word, she, used in a certain context.
Okay, let's say
I
it was.
thought
Let's say it was or wasn't. It's irrelevant. Get to your point, humble, please.
no.
For the love of
My
God, I
point,
have a limited lifespan.
why don't, okay, my point is that I've heard people today say, right, that what went on in the lab in this quantum eraser experiment can be accepted as a human being being in that room and affecting the behavior of
What the
molecules, the
piss?
protons.
He doesn't understand this at a fundamental level, man. This is fucking tedious and painful, dude.
No shit.
No one has to be in that room. You don't understand this at a fundamental level.
No, Kiwi, please just listen to what I said.
I listened
right?
to it. You do not understand this experiment at a fundamental level. No one has to be in that room. No one influences that experiment. It's a fire and forget.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Then why did you say that?
I said that somebody today intimated that. True or
Intimated.
false?
Somebody, nameless, faceless somebody intimated that.
No, he did. No, he did when he brought up the video you were in. He intimated that.
Also, sorry, so nobody else heard that. Okay, I apologize. I withdraw the statement if nobody on this platform said it, because I think it started me on a series of points that said that if that what took place in that room could be influenced by someone, that I could not then criticize someone.
That was you saying that, trying to recall. That was you saying that, trying to recall to QE what conversation he was having in a conspexus video. That was you.
So nobody believes.
You, not nobody. You. That's what you said. And guess what? And guess what? And guess what?
Please.
Guess what? Guess what? No, this is the most important part. No, please, you. QE then ignored you. So nobody even addressed the point you were trying to make. The point that you're trying to pin on someone here. He ignored you.
I'm sorry if I'm talking. Okay, maybe it's time for me to leave because I seem to be causing too much contention.
Yeah.
Here. I'm
Don't be
sorry.
that.
It's.
Don't be that.
No, I honestly, I
Humble.
thought somebody in speaking to me made the
I feel
point
so
that us as humans can have the effect on the collapse of the wave function.
My goodness, dude, you can, but it's not exclusive to that alone.
Oh, sorry, you were the gentleman that did it. So you said, and just so for clarification, then I was
dude,
not.
No, friend, I'm not playing this game where I wait for the next 3 years to let you finish your sentences. Okay, check it out. It requires knowledge of the which path. A human being can attain that themselves. They don't need, to leave and then leave a sensor. They could, but they don't have to. A human being could obtain knowledge. So yes, it is true that a human being could. It doesn't have to be exclusive to that. So here's the point, Humble. You need to get to your point. You clearly have designs on this conversation that you're leading it to a conclusion that you want to happen. Why don't you tell us what that is, and then we can stop playing this game? How about that?
Wow, I can't believe what's
This is why
happening to me
people
here.
think that you're trying to. This is why if you don't answer him directly, why people think that you're trying to, in some nice way, get FED as a whole to contradict ourselves. Well, guess what? If I contradict myself, I'll quickly correct it and apologize because I don't want to be committing the fallacy of contradiction. Coincidentally, like a lot of flat earthers do. See, here when we make an error or a fallacy in logic, we apologize. You've done that all day trying to stumble through your questioning because it went from you saying and positing that Schrodinger had everything to do with quantum mechanics. Then it went to you saying that someone else posited something that you brought up in a QE video. This is where we're at. And it's like the questions never end. So for some people, they're like, I don't want to dance anymore. But that doesn't mean you have to leave. We're just frustrated that we're trying to have a conversation with you, a person who is nice and respectful, a person who's saying they want answers, but really it just seems like you're leading us down a path that you're not even willing to get to the end to. Because we're asking you, well, what's the point?
Let me summarize that. Let me summarize that with 3 words. Get a point.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
I think QE's point before was slightly valid though. I think it's that he doesn't understand the experiment. If he's saying that somebody has to be in the room to cause the effect, nobody's got to be in the room, bro. Right? It's just the way the experiment is set up. If the knowledge can be attained, right? If the knowledge can be attained, you get one effect. If the knowledge cannot be attained, you get another. You don't even have to go retrieve the information. If it's able to be retrieved, you get a different effect. Get that?
Right. So I think I see the problem here. So there's 2 ways that this conclusion goes. It either goes into subjective idealism or objective idealism. And I think he honestly has a fear out of a religious zeal that people will be duped by this into subjective idealism, making human beings both the creation and the creator in a causal loop, which is exactly what subjective idealism is. And so he clearly has religious designs, which he already confessed on this whole thing. And I think it's clouding his ability to think clearly, speak clearly, let people finish their sentences, etc. And so I do commend you for your zeal. Okay. You've got to recognize that people are giving you social cues. So you can either respond to them or you can make it painful for everybody present.
I have to agree 3,000%. Y'all are saying it very nicely. I like the way y'all are saying it. Humble, as much as I love to talk to you, sometimes it's like that broad stroke, that vagueness, like I told you yesterday on QE's ball busters. Get to the point. Tell us your perspective, how you feel about it. Quit beating around the bush, asking vaguely and giving vague information and asking people questions. And then we give you the answer that you don't want to hear. You start to then go around that and go to another point of trying to push the same question, but in a different way of saying it. And it gets frustrating for people. That's why everybody's like, what are you asking? And I kind of feel that way too.
Okay.
Humble.
So
I want to say something in a moment when you're finished replying.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Y'all go ahead.
No, I'll wait.
Yeah, Brian.
Well, mine is a question. Thank you, Nathan. Humble, what it seems like to me, now correct me if I'm wrong, that you're worried that if you get this information and you try to share it with people who are atheists, that they may not become Christians, that they might take a different route, searching for God and not Christianity. And you're worried, I feel, that you're going to send these people away from atheism, but not into Christianity. Is that correct?
that certainly is a danger, yes.
And does it worry you?
Yes.
Obviously, he said it was a danger.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's the problem you have. When you get over that problem, then you're allowing your own spiritual beliefs, or whatever way you want to term it, to interfere with scientific proof of the creator. You need to separate the two, because one proves the creator, one is a proof, the other is a belief. Don't allow the two of them to mix. I have beliefs too, but I can't mix them in with a proof of the creator. Proof and belief are different.
Okay, thank you. I will yeah, see, go ahead.
I do. I have all my well, family and friends
What the hell?
I didn't get any of
What?
that.
I had family and friends.
Yay. I think you called the wrong number, dude.
It's been here a while.
Wrong button.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Will, hold on. Will, was it just hot micing, or did you want to add something?
sorry guys, I was on a call.
No, that's fine. You're just hot micing. That's okay. Just
Can I just
confusing.
give a small clarity on what I said? What I meant is that proving the creator scientifically does not prove that my belief about the creator is correct. So you can't control it. If you give that information to someone humble and they don't go towards Christianity, no more than I can bring someone towards what I believe by giving them that information. That's out of your hands.
That's not even your responsibility. Like,
Exactly. Like,
no, it's not. That's the point. It's outside your control system. Your control. You can't do anything about it.
read the scriptures of how Jesus said to testify of me. He didn't say go do a science project. I'll do a scientific experimentation of me.
Yeah, but that's not the point I'm making, though, Neil. The point I'm making is, like,
I know what you're saying, Brian.
Yeah, disproving the creator doesn't prove Christianity true or false, or any other belief true or false to do with the creator. It just proves the creator.
Okay, that makes sense why Humble was so indifferent when I got to that stage when I was explaining it to him, because it's not affirming what he wants it to affirm. If I just say, well, that proves the creator, well, that's not satisfactory for you, right, Humble? That's not what you're trying to achieve here.
Well, yeah, in a sense. If the
That's
okay,
interesting because I
we
came
take
in
a
here
certain.
challenging QE for the same reason. And you know what happened? I learned that there was a creator and then I chose Christianity anyway. I had the same problem you had. That's what's interesting right now.
Well, when science gets used, there is a danger that someone can come along with better science or opposing science.
No,
Right?
that's
Whoa,
convoluted,
whoa, whoa.
garbled shit. That's you're getting you're so mixed up. It's so mixed up. You're using science out of context. Listen, the double slit experiment or the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment doesn't directly prove the existence of something. It's a cause and effect thing. The next step does. Logically deduced. Does that help you?
Yes. Logically
It's
deduced.
the next logical step. I can summarize. If you go on my website, the 4 proofs, let's leave the third one out, the laws of thermodynamics. They're not based on information. All 3 proofs are based on the existence of information. That point and that point alone, quantum mechanics, functional sequence specified complexity, or the genetic information. They all boil down to the existence of information. The atheistic point of view that only matter and energy can exist, the physical. So once they make that statement, that's the cornerstone. Atheism, that's their cornerstone. That's their bedrock. Once you just simply show the existence of information, it cuts them right off at the knees. It's over. Follow?
Yes, yes. And I've heard others discuss the return of the God hypothesis in chemistry and all this. Well, I'm just saying that was the subject.
It's not a hypothesis directly at God. That doesn't make any sense.
Oh no, this is what I'm saying, that there are men who are men of God who used these subject matters to draw you to their videos that are making, the same point about the information leading to the conclusion there must be a creator. I understand this. I'm just saying that in this particular case, with quantum mechanics, quantum physics, I find the intervention of mathematics.
Oh, God.
You do, I hear you, but if you're saying to me, take the mathematics out of it, right? I'm then wanting to know how we go about talking about collapsing of something. I'm just saying.
So hold on a second. Hold on a second. Show the wave function collapse equation.
I don't have the wave function. You don't think there is an existence for the mathematic description of the wave function? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I said.
I don't know.
No, that's not what I
Yes.
said.
What are you saying there? Yeah.
I said
Go
show
ahead.
show the wave function collapse equation. There's a point behind this.
I
is.
can't show you that. So you to prove that there was a collapse is not an equation.
There was no way to collapse.
How do you prove there's a collapse?
No, this is the
How do
wise
you
asking for the wave function collapse equation. It's for you to realize there is no spoon.
No, I'm saying
We finally got
how do
there,
you
Adam.
prove then? Please, how do you prove then that there has been a collapse?
There hasn't been no wave function collapse at all. There is no wave function. It didn't exist. It's just a mathematical construct that your mate put together to be able to describe the pattern that you could ordinarily just see with your own eyes and see the difference between the two patterns. But a way in which we could describe it mathematically would be to use that equation. Doesn't mean there is a way.
Can I suggest then
just a way of mathematically describing the distribution.
Can I suggest then that QE makes another video leaving that language out?
No, the only person that doesn't get this is you. So you should make a video where you point out you finally got it all. Nobody else, I don't think, needs the video making.
Humble, let me explain something here.
Right? No. I'm just asking.
QE, hang on, 1 second. This will clear up here. QA already made the video you need to watch, and he may even do this presentation again in the close future. It's about natural, supernatural, and synthetic. What is natural, right? Matter, energy, that's natural, right? What is information? That's supernatural. What was proven within the experiment? The supernatural was proven. And that changed everything. That's QE's point. You need to learn natural, supernatural, and synthetic. If you want to explain this to somebody, you explain to them that information was proven. There was the need of a knower. Explain to them that the supernatural was proven within the experiment. You don't need to talk to them about wave function collapse. Just explain to them the difference between natural and supernatural. Information is supernatural. Don't mix up supernatural with paranormal now. Just supernatural information, not physical, not matter, not energy. That's natural. Then supernatural was proven. That's the point. That's all that matters.
Very good, Brian.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
I see.
I mean, in your mind, maybe if it's easier for you, right? In your mind, you could just, instead of calling it wave function collapse or interference pattern, just say pattern or no pattern.
No, we're going with grunts.
No, I like.
Just say.
Yeah, I like grunts.
No, sorry, Chocolate. Hold on. I've got to
How
take it.
about
Hold
just
on, hold on.
diffraction
Hold on,
collapse?
hold on. I've got to take
It is
it.
the diffraction that does it, isn't it?
Hold
So
on.
diffraction
Hold on,
collapse
Arwen.
could also
Hold on.
suffice.
No,
Oh, really?
right. I said this to Humble earlier, Chocolate. No, we're not going to dumb down how it all works for Humble. No offense, Humble. Right, you have to be
Please do.
hyper-specific. Just try that again. You all hold your tongues just for a second. Have to be hyper-specific. So when you're studying, in this case, wave function collapse, Adam's jape aside about nothing collapsing is a hyper-specific description of what the phenomena is, what's being studied, the cause and effect relationship. All of that has to be hyper-specific. So there's no confusion about what's being studied. Now, if you don't understand what a wave function is, or you choose to convolute that mathematical description of probability into a physical wave, then you're not following the method, because you're not understanding the hyper-specific description of what's actually occurring. So, no, just because Humble doesn't understand or chooses to, whatever, I'm not going to cast any aspersions. Because of this, what's occurring, doesn't mean we will dumb down the hyper-specific nature of what occurs in this experiment. It is dealing with wave function collapse. What's wave function? The probability distribution. What's collapse mean in this instance? It not being there anymore. You can dumb it down if you have to, but there really is no need.
I agree. I understand
Well,
it
I
perfectly.
wasn't saying to dumb it down for all of us. I started that out with, if it makes it easier for him in his mind to see it, to distinguish between, because it's obvious that calling it a wave function collapse is problematic for him, right? But at the end of the day, there's either a pattern or there's no pattern, right? So just for him to make it easier for himself until he can figure out the whole wave function thing, he might change it up. That's all I'm saying.
My
Look,
question is,
what
why
can I
is it
please?
problematic?
Can I
Pardon me,
please
real
insert
quick
something?
before I go to lunch. Before I go to lunch, real quick, I want to say something. I left something on the chat, a link. Mine, the platform is TikTok, yeah, whatever. But it's a link. This is how far this multiple Earth, multiple dimension. Instead of just saying you are the master of your destiny, what you do, what you say, your actions give you your repercussions. It's gotten to the point where these people are taking the planet thing and they've taken it to the next level with this quantum physics and these dimensional things. Whenever you get a chance, I left the link on the main chat, TikTok link. This is supposed to be like a guru guy that's talking to the press and talking to an audience, and he's supposed to be in linked with some dimension, speaking to some esoterical. You just got to check. This is how far it's gotten.
Okay.
From the base to now, why this whole thing is being a topic about ether and all this crap. You got to check it out. Just check it out. It'll substantiate exactly what FED is saying to try to explain to Humble how these charlatans have got people's minds warped to out of reality altogether.
Okay. Well, if I may, I would like to I agree with Nathan's stance, right? Wave function collapse is the most accurate and the most it's the best to look up, right? To hear that word and type it in, you'll get a very specific readout with your search, right? But if you want to describe it shorter, you could also say what's actually collapsing, causing that, right? Beside the knowing the which path. Well, what is collapsing? The diffraction, which is presumed to cause that effect. And that is the collapsing. So you can also just call it diffraction collapse, but it would be less accurate.
What the? Dude, that is the most retarded fucking thing I ever heard on this platform.
I mean, what? Come on.
No, I'm dead. I'm deadly serious, brother.
Why?
Okay, my point here is that we've been doing this
Isn't
so
it a
long.
diffraction pattern? A pattern caused by diffraction?
Arwen,
I mean,
please. Go ahead. AI.
Well, anyway, that's a category error and incoherent on its face. However, the real problem here is that words are tokens and meanings connected to each other. They don't mean the same thing in every instance. For example, everybody knows what the term economic collapse means. They don't think that the economy is a building that had the structure pulled out from under it and it fell like bricks. I mean, Humble is being disingenuous here, okay? Let's all point that out. Okay, Humble, wise up. Understand that it's not talking about a physical structure, it's talking about a mathematical probability. Get over it and move on. Thank you.
Finally, somebody agrees with me.
yeah,
Excuse
with
me.
that.
thanks a lot, guys.
Wait,
I'm with
take
that.
it back. Yours.
Come on, AI. That wasn't the most retarded thing ever said on this platform, man. That's a bridge too far for anyone to get there.
All right, you're correct.
Hypothesis
I
for the
was
shoe.
a little out of breath. I was a little out of breath and exuberant because what Humble's actually accomplished here is confusing everybody else. You know, to double think themselves. It's like freaking gaslighting almost.
What?
Was he
Wait,
was
wait,
I
wait,
free
ain't that
falling
because
for
of
it? I
that?
just tried to figure out a solution
Oh,
to this shit.
I've
Was
just
he
looked at the
gaslighting himself?
I've just looked at the results on the premiering stream. That hasn't happened yet and isn't really true, but we've got a time machine. And it turns out the audience think he is a shill. So there we go. Twos have it.
Hey, excuse me.
Wow, that's good. Yeah.
Hey, just to elaborate on that title of that thing I sent you all, the link. The title is "Nothing Bad is Happening on This Planet." Right there, that tells you it's a nut job. Please check it out.
Planet.
Yeah, that's
what's
the
that?
title of it. These are people.
Define
People
weight.
think that there's another Earth. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is how bad it is, bro. And they got Quantum Leap on television right now, reiterating the brainwashing program. Quantum Leap fell off in the 70s or the 80s. They got it back on TV.
That was
They got
my
people
shit, though.
thinking
That was
about
my
this
shit.
stuff again.
I love Quantum Leap.
That was my show, though. I love
Humble,
that shit.
this
Could
is
somebody tell me
probably
what
the
a
most
shill is?
concise I can. This is probably the most concise that I can put it, and then maybe somebody can answer your question because it came after I was like halfway in my sentence. So just like the Roman Catholic Church, like played a part, and well, not played a part, like basically brought us the heliocentric religion and everything that came after it for the last 500 years. Now they're trying to hijack what is, simple to understand, using the simple methodology of the scientific method and just leaving it there. All of these other people are hijacking the truth yet again to confuse people with pseudoscience. And every question that comes in your mouth, out of your mouth, has to do with the bit that people are confused about. And now we're confused for some reason that AI said, I'll just believe. Because I am thrilled. It's true. So I don't know, man. You got to understand what the difference between the scientific method and then everyone else that's working outside of that. Because that's your problem. We're not working outside of that. So why are you concerned with how we feel about pseudoscience? You should already know.
I'm not confused at all. I said he was disingenuous from the beginning.
And the audience agrees.
What what does disingenuous and being a shell mean?
Nothing. They're just dickheads. Just ignore them.
They're just equations. Don't worry about
it. Okay. Well, thanks,
Just
gentlemen. It's
cats
been
coming
good.
from the guy that made
We'll
the
have
poll
to
in the
do
chat.
this again sometime.
Yeah, chocolate.
Yeah.
Humble.
We'll have to
me
do this
up.
again.
Yeah, absolutely. That was brilliant. Because projection, like a total projection. Humble. The problem is that you have a worry. That's the problem. No, it's just that you're worried about stuff that we're not worried about, and you don't know why we're not worried about it. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
That's the easiest way to. Yeah, that's the truth. We're not worried about that thing that you're worried about, and you maybe should find out why we're not worried.
I don't
Good
know.
observation.
And then you
Is
won't be
Kiwi
worried.
still there? Are Kiwi still there?
Yeah.
Kiwi, do you know Tom Campbell or of him?
Yes.
Wow. You do? Good. Okay, interesting. What is your take on Tom Campbell, sir?
What's yours? Tell us yours.
Makes
I
beautiful
don't
soup.
like his favorite color.
Beautiful soup.
No,
I
but
like Adam's
it's okay.
question.
I understand that I've become a joke and a laughing stock. That's cool.
No, don't be like that.
No,
Don't be such a martyr.
no. I'm not. I'm just saying.
No,
It's
you're sounding like my
Don't be
mother
hard
now.
on yourself.
Yeah.
Humble, don't be hard on yourself, man. Come on,
Oh,
man. You just sound like
no.
Winnie the Pooh. You just sound like Winnie the Pooh.
Oh
Just
yeah,
get
were
on
you
with
the
it.
guy who came up with that yesterday? I should be changing my
You bring me
voice.
back to my childhood, man. I feel warm and fuzzy all over every time I hear you talk. That's why I don't interrupt you.
Oh, please do. No, honestly, it's a
Humble, don't
serious
worry about it,
question.
man. We're just a big dysfunctional family here, so don't worry too much about it.
I'm not.
If we didn't like you, we wouldn't be breaking your balls.
Well, to be honest with you, I was very curious about that because I was wondering if you would have some objection to the fact that Catexis used him on the front of one of your videos, but that's good because yesterday was very, very interesting. So you do know Tom Campbell. That's good. Okay, I can move on. Thank you.
I think I may have. I can't remember. That was so long ago. I think I may have used a video of his to explain the double slit experiment. That's possible.
This is what. Yeah, like I honestly don't know why I seem to be in this sort of fight, particularly with you. Like, I don't think these guys appreciate who you are. Like, you have your own scientific law. Does anybody know this?
Yes.
Does anybody know
I
that
have my
QE
scientific
has
law.
a scientific
I have my
law?
own scientific log. What the
Yeah,
heck?
log. Internal log. Yeah, you keep track
Law,
of shit.
LAW.
You keep track
LAW.
of things.
Well, let him clarify. I don't hold on a second, Humble H. Go ahead and clarify. I didn't understand what you said.
That you have your own scientific law.
My own scientific law.
I knew I heard it right.
Sorry? Do you want? I can
Which one is that?
track it down and say. Sorry?
Can you state the law, please?
Can you state
State
the
it
law?
for them.
House of
State
Pain.
it for them, Kiwi. Please. I don't think
What?
I could do it justice.
Holy
What
God,
are you
dude! Is this
talking
like
about?
the longest troll? Is this like the longest troll in history to try to give QE a zinger or some shit?
No,
That's what I'm thinking.
Is this going
He
to be
got
like
right back
Murphy's
to.
law?
It's like this whole
QE.
game was just to
Wait.
get QE in a corner so you could say some bullshit about him that's witty. I mean, get
No.
real, dude.
Dude,
Look, I may be
saying
wrong.
scientific
but this is the way
law
it
is
comes off,
ridiculous.
There's
Can you
scientific law. What the hell is that?
Well, Kiwi, do you know what I'm talking about?
No,
I thought
nobody
he
knows
said.
what you're talking about, bro.
I thought he said log, like
No,
Captain
I'm speak.
OG.
Why can't I just speak to QE?
Because he's clearly
QE,
being dismissive of you because you're incompetent on your faith, dude, by saying scientific law in the reference to QE, by saying we don't know him, when we all know his rhetoric about scientific laws is incoherent. So he would never have a scientific law or proffer one himself, unless you know something we don't know, which means you're claiming QE has untoward motives. So you better spill the beans right now, bro, or I'm done with you on this server. So
Now,
we have till the
relax, relax.
okay, maybe
All
I
right.
used the wrong
Well, hold on.
terminology.
Hold on. I said relax. I may have been. I'm trying to remember this. My memory's going. I'm getting senile. But many years ago, it sounds like you've been listening to cathexis videos, correct? Correct?
I had been listening to all your stuff, QE, and
Yeah.
I don't think the people are here appreciate you as much as I do, to be honest.
There might
I'm
have
being
been
genuinely honest.
Listen. There may have been a tongue-in-cheek scientific law that I ascribed to myself that you found. What was that?
Okay,
I can't remember
try
it directly.
jog your memory.
I can't remember it
Let
directly.
me try.
Holy
Let me try
shit.
and jog your memory with it, right? Just let me try and jog your memory.
You're not allowing QE to speak. He's trying to address you, and you're just talking over him and through him.
Because I think I recall something like that many years ago on Cathexis' channel. Like I said, it did a little bit tongue in cheek, but it definitely had. If I said scientific law, it definitely had something to do with information. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I very faintly recall it, but I'd have to see it again.
Listen, this was so profound that I'm shocked that this is just not part. Like it's like when you ask somebody what is material, and you can quote that thing about spin and all of this stuff. This to me, I can't understand how it's just not on the tip of your tongue, because it is to me like. Honestly, I'm baffled. Again, I'm continually being shocked.
Can you state it?
Sorry?
Can you state it for me?
This is why I didn't want to state it, because I don't want to get it wrong. And I thought the fact that you're here and this is like a part of your DNA, that you would be able to state it. Okay, that information cannot exist basically without it's connecting the creator to information.
Correct.
And you don't recall. I can find, if you give me 5 minutes, I can find it.
You need the conveyance.
So you would
without a
defend.
Noah. Is that what it is?
So you would defend me in front of everybody right now, QE, that there is something in the realm of that you at one time said.
Yes.
Yes, listen, it has
Thank
to do
you.
with
So for all
has
those
to do
people,
with the humble. Trying to help
please,
you remember. No, fuck off, dude. You can't remember. Quantum Eraser can't fully remember. Somebody's trying to offer you to remember, dude. It's like you literally are on a one-track mind to just talk over everybody and just poop all over the vocal chat here.
Now,
Make people lose their
correct.
points. And you say, oh, please, constantly. Like you're innocent. Annoying, dude.
Yeah. Now don't blame those guys, because they are correct to say that a scientific law is a paradox. However, in that presentation that I can't remember, I do remember faintly using a tongue-in-cheek reference. It may not be obvious as a tongue-in-cheek at that particular moment in time, but all I can remember, it would have to be, if it would be something as profound as what I think, it would have to contain information. I just want to know the statement that I said. It's been probably 5-6 years.
Well, I think I remember it, and correct me if I'm wrong.
So it's going to be a paraphrase at best. So it has to do with, so you have information, right? And that is the connotation of informing, right? And so you have party A, and then you have information, and then you have party B. In order for that information to be like practical, all three things have to be in place simultaneously. I think that might have something to do with
Is it humble?
specifically, I think in regards to DNA.
That would not surprise me.
Was it the statement
So
that
the point
we
is,
heard
if you could prove.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Hello? Was it the statement? I just didn't know if it was being heard or not, because I've said a few things and no one heard me. Was it the statement, humble or QE, that information cannot exist without a knower? Was it that statement?
I don't know, Brian.
No,
I can't recall.
No, it's not. It's categorically not, because we've said that multiple times today.
Yeah,
That
too long ago. He's going to have to go search it out and find it.
To be honest, again, I don't want to come across as a martyr, but in fairness, people were attacking me for making a statement, right?
You're okay. You're okay.
And
they
I'm
were correct.
asking QE. Sorry?
They were correct, technically speaking. They just didn't know the context. It's okay. Let's get past that. Let's hear the statement, though.
Okay, it would take me a little while to find it because it's on a video here. But all I need is a verification that
I defended your honor. Okay, just go find the statement.
Okay, that's going to be where we wrap up then, because he hasn't got it to hand. So with that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley promoting streams, hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, bailing me out of debt with PayPal, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.